Hey, what's up, folks? It is 3 o'clock or 3:09 in the PM here on the sunny Los Angeles. It's a beautiful day outside. I hope it's a fantastic day for you. Today it's a special day for us in the United States. It's voting day. We don't get political here behind the wheel. I would want to kind of don't want to keep politics in this whole thing. This is a place that we all should be able to come to and enjoy, regardless of what we believe in and where we stand. This will probably be the only political message that I will ever have on this channel. But go out and vote. Vote. Do it. It'll make you happy. Okay, end political thing. So, today, actually, that card should have said what's it called? I had my audio off, and I didn't realize that as the intro was rolling, but it should have said we're gonna go retro modern today, which we are. We're gonna go retro modern. If you read the card, we are gonna design a Ford Motorcraft Mustang and apply those to the two Mustangs, the Grade.3 and Grade.4 Mustangs. It's an easy enough design that we could probably tackle it and put it on both Mustangs and put them out on the store. But we've been doing some kind of involved liveries with the other two, the Golf Atenza, and the Camel Group 4 or Group 3 Atenza. So I kind of wanted to do kind of a basic design. That definitely helped me kind of understand, the basics behind the livery design, from the standpoint of someone who wants to make something that looks cool in Gran Turismo, but also just in general, it's a very good livery design as far as like getting your proportions right for sponsorship names, your design, and how that design affects where you put the sponsorship decals. We are, like I said, using the group. Let's see. Sorry, I hate how this thing works. I have to keep on activating the channel in OBS. If anyone knows how to work better in OBS, please help me out. So anyhow, we are modeling today's subjects around this car. This is the Ford Motorcraft Mustang that ran in the IMSA series. This looks good. Definitely, maybe one of the late 80s Fox body Mustang cars. I'm pretty sure that's a late 80s Fox body. Anyone else that's more learned in Mustangs would be able to tell me when exactly this car raced. I remember it racing back in the day when they still used to run IMSA races on like stuff like NBC and stuff. That was definitely like late 80s, mid to late 80s is when that was still happening. Even on ESPN, you could find IMSA races. I remember this Mustang. I used to love this car. I also really was a huge fan of this veneration of or this version of the Mustang. This and like the original, well, like the fastbacks and the mid 70s Mustangs I really like the most. And then obviously, you know, the Mach 1 I'm a really huge fan of as well. I mean, I'm a fan of most Mustangs. The only Mustang I really didn't like were like the 5.0s, which I know that they kind of look like this, but I think the Mustang got pretty sloppy between the 90s and the 2000s. I mean, most cars did. Between like what, like 88 or 87, they just started getting really ugly. But they finally brought back, you know, your original like 60s looking Mustang with a new one. So this delivery has actually been redone onto the current generations of Mustangs that are running now in the new IMSA series, and I believe they also are doing the Le Mans series. I believe. I'm not sure. I know they've taken them worldwide and they've been racing all over the place. It's a fairly simple design. Unfortunately, the Mustangs that are in game are. Let me just make sure I'm doing the right thing. I'm pretty sure the Mustangs that are in game are older Mustangs. I think they're older by like 1 or 2 years. This car here on the left is a fairly new car. I believe they rolled it out in 2018 or 19. I only know this because I built a model of this particular car just recently, actually this year, about a couple months ago. I built this car. It was one of my first pandemic builds that I did when this whole thing kind of went down. Already, I'm seeing kind of an issue that we're gonna have to deal with these Ford decals on the spoiler, because I don't know if you've watched any of the other episodes, but you know, historically these side areas on the spoilers are kind of really problematic to kind of work with. So we'll try. Excuse me. We'll try to mimic this, and maybe we can all learn a lesson on how to try to mask the craziness that happens when you start putting decals on the side of spoilers in Gran Turismo. I mean, I would love to try to figure out how to solve that issue of the side decal bleeding onto the top and the bottom of the spoiler. But this is the updated version, which is a lot cleaner. If you take a look at it, there's actually a pretty big difference as far as where this orange gradient, or it's not really a gradient, but it's this orange line here on the older Mustangs fell here, and it looks like the Motorcraft is also different. I mean, it's the same font, but it's different in the way that I think it's larger. They used a larger version of it. I mean, obviously they had to fit the actual car, so that's probably what they were looking at. Now, like I said, this is the one that I built 3 months ago or something like that, 3 or 4 months ago. I don't know. My whole perception of time is completely skewed now with this whole thing. But this model is actually made by, we've seen this logo before, Tamiya. It's a great, the kit actually didn't come with these decals. I had to order them. I'm really proud of how I did the interior. The interior looks really nice. If it didn't have all this like hair and stuff all over the place, that's just dust settling on the actual model. It still looks pretty cool. I'm very proud of it. So fortunately, I have an actual physical model I can pull from and use for a reference. Since you guys can't see me messing around with, we'll just continue to come back to these reference photos of the model I built, because this way I can actually manipulate it and look at it close up and kind of scrutinize where the stuff is. What we're going to be able to go over on this episode is trying to continue this align all the way across to the other side of the car. I don't think we've done that. There's several ways that you can pull this off because of the way that Gran Turismo warps the decals. There are a couple of ways that you can do this. We're going to try to do that whole thing where I do a layer and just duplicate it, and hopefully it'll retain its straightness. I didn't do such a good job back here with restraining that straightness. But that's a whole part of the symmetry of this this design. One of the things that tells me that this Mustang is different from the Mustangs we're working with are these air vents up here. The ones that are in game, the two Mustangs that are in game don't have any of these. The Group 3 car has something like this, but not quite exactly this. And it's weird because this is, I believe, the GT4 version of this car, but it's really different. If you can see the original, that's the original box. Let me see if I can find a picture of the original box. There you go. That's, yeah, it's their GT4 car, which should be, I mean, the equivalent would be the Group 4 car that's that you drive in the game. That would be would correspond with this car. But like I said, this car is fairly new. I think they rolled it out like maybe, I want to say it was, because this is a new model for Tamiya, and generally they once they get a license to do a model of a car, they usually roll it out within like 6 to 8 months after they've gotten the license, they've received the license. It takes them that long to kind of figure out how to, build all the molds and then produce the models. But this model is a brand new model for this year. It came out literally like at the beginning of the year. This is more shots of the interior. This is the type of modeling work that I do. I'm particularly proud of this kind of like heat orange spot right here that I've done. This isn't anything that we're going to deal with. This is just me showing off my modeling skills or lack thereof modeling skills. I'm sorry I can't see anyone in the chat right now if you guys are in there, because we're looking at my desktop. So, but that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. Let's switch back to the PlayStation. So I've gone ahead and downloaded the cars from the PlayStation Store already. Let's go into my store here, or my garage, and I think a good starting point would be the Group 4 car, because the Group 4 car is more like the car that we're kind of trying to emulate. So I already have this design going right now, because I've stripped the car of all of its livery that it came with. What would make sense is to start with the orange block that will make up the radiating lines from the front wheel. And this is good for anyone that wants to do a retro design too. This is an easy enough retro design that you could probably tackle yourself, and then at the end you'll have a really cool car to race. If you do FIA races and you drive the Mustang, this would be a really cool car to go into races with. And this whole, I also want to say this whole section, like, we will go back to racing at some point in time, and I keep on saying this during this stream, but I just want to kind of reiterate that we are gonna race at some point in time. As soon as the schedule gets released, we'll start doing practice laps again in the practice lobby. I'm hoping all those same people that were in the practice lobby before will come back and participate. That'd be really cool if we can keep the gang going, because I think we had a really cool gang of people that were really becoming a part of the whole circle of friends that is the practice lobby. We will go back to that, but I figure, why don't we treat this part of the year as like the postseason. This is what in the postseason what race teams would do. They would work on their cars. Granted, we can't develop engines or transmissions or whatever for our cars in order to make them better racers for the next season. If it means that the only thing that we can do in the postseason is, work on the livery of our cars, and that's what we kind of should be doing, Like I said, I'm not the best racer, so I mean, the idea of me doing daily races and you guys watching it, it just seems like it's redundant, and almost useless because I'm a terrible driver. Not to mention, like I said, I don't want to ding my daily score, so I'm already seeing a lot of differences because the fuel filler cap on this car is on the side, which this won't affect our livery, but the fuel caps for my car that I built from the model are actually on the rear of the car. There shouldn't be many other differences we're gonna have to tackle. Let's just go back to just to get a really good sense of what's going on. I'm gonna actually look at my model, but for reference, it's gonna be easier if you guys just look at the reference pictures. So let's go back. Oh shit! Damn it! I keep on doing that. Sorry. Like I said, I have to switch the mic input every time I switch between the desktop and the PlayStation, so you're just going to have to bear with me. I just have to remember to turn it on and off every time I switch between the two. Okay, so let's take a look at the side of this car first. So there's a static shot of the car. It looks like this line. This will be the guideline for our shape. It looks like it goes from almost, and our car doesn't have this either. I'm not sure if the Group 4 car, the Group 3 car has this, but our car definitely doesn't have it. Which could be a good thing because that means we don't have to really be that super accurate. We just want to remember that this runs up here to just about that part of that rear wheel. I think what's most important is that we want to make sure that it lands in the right spot back here, where it meets the rear taillights. Let's see if I've got a better picture of that area. So it lands, at least how I laid it down on the car. This is pretty accurate, but it looks like this. I mean, it would make sense if this line would meet at the mid part of this rear tail light. And like I said, I mean, since we don't have any kind of measuring tools, and the ones that we do are really rudimentary in Gran Turismo, we're going to want to use landmarks like this, where this lands in kind of the mid part of the tail light. So maybe that's where we'll start lining it up, and then we want to make sure that it cuts this wheel well enough so that we get this effect, and that will probably give us the right angle for this back here. So let's start with just that shape. Once again, this is also going to be a great car to show. The other cars that we've done kind of from our imagination. We're definitely from our imagination. We just kind of drew upon our imagination. If you really want to get into livery editing, the easiest thing to do is to find a very, very, very simple design and try to copy it exactly as much as you can. And that way you can kind of learn the tools, and we'll find out that, everything that we've been employing up until this point is going to be kind of the same. For any design that you're going to do. But the best place to start is the basics. And luckily, they also put the number plate right here where Gran Turismo wants to put it whenever you do an FIA race, or whenever you enter a race, that number plate will be there. So that'll also be another landmark that we can use. We want to make sure that it just skims the bottom of that number plate. Just like this. So let's switch back over to Gran Turismo. Okay, so let's start with our orange swoop. Or our orange swish thing. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. I'm having a really good day too. So we want to do the same thing that we've been doing, which is laying one decal over another decal and just making it do our work for us. That kind of, I think, for the sake of what we're trying to do, I think that will work. If we line that up right there where the bumper meets the rest of the body, I think that will work. Like I said, this is an easy enough design that you could probably pull off. We might even be able to pull off both cars in the stream because I know how to deal with the system. I already can tell that this angle isn't right because it's not. Well, it might be wrong because I kind of think that this should probably start kind of like right here, right? I think we'll give it a little bit of space. It doesn't have to be exactly accurate, but I mean, you want to make it close. I mean, you want it to kind of look like the subject. Let's go ahead and put the number plate on just so that we have that there. And yeah, I know this car doesn't normally have yellow headlights, but we're going to just make it yellow because I love yellow. The yellow headlights. So, and it does have a windshield banner. Let's see what they give us for a normal windshield banner, which is just that one. Let's see what the white one looks like. The one in real life is blue. And that's probably going to be the closest we're going to be able to get. I mean, we don't have to put the windshield banner on there. I just want to... Oh, crap. I didn't put the number on there. We'll put my favorite number, 32. So it looks like we're already going to have a problem with this, the placement of this. But like I said, we're making this so that you can enter it into races and not have to worry about that part of your design getting cut off. And that's what happens to a lot of these designs. A lot of people will make some really amazing designs, but then they'll completely just ignore the fact that if you want to enter the car into a race, that it's going to make points. It's not going to be the case when you go into lobbies and stuff. But when you're trying to make points for a series, Gran Turismo is going to automatically assign you a number plate, and they're going to throw it right there. And I've seen a lot of designs that'll put these really intricate like number plates and stuff there that are really nice and beautiful. And or people will put design elements right there that are like part of the main part of their design, and then when they go into races, or if someone downloads it and they go into a race, that part gets obscured, and it's like, it's just frustrating when it happens that people don't consider that people are going to want to take their car designs into races. I want to make sure all my designs maintain their integrity regardless of what you do with them. So we have to kind of make that allotment for that one detail. We want to make sure that it's appropriate for... Oh, crap. Wrong. Cancel. We want to make sure that it's appropriate for everything that anyone is going to want to do with their design after they've downloaded it. Okay, that looks better. That looks much better. It's still cutting into the wheel well, so we'll get that little division there. And it's going to end pretty much where we want it to end, which is some sort of in the middle. I probably should have changed the color of this before I did all of this, because this is all going to be orange. Is there any way we can get to angle just a little bit more? Because I kind of like the idea that... And that's just the symmetry part of me. I think we can ride it like that. I mean, it's... Oh, crap. I think... It just seems more natural if it ends there than it ends where it wants to. So, I mean, that's just slightly off of where we want it to be, which is fine. So, I think we have our beginning spot. Delete layer. And this will be orange. It's a deeper orange. It's like that. It's definitely kind of in that wheelhouse right there. Let's take a look at, once again, at our source picture. It looks like it needs to be a little bit more deep, a deeper orange. Give me a second. I'm just trying to color match here. You guys aren't seeing what I'm color matching right now, but trust me, it's gonna work out. And you know, if you don't want to design this yourself, you can just go ahead and download what I'm gonna always make all of these designs available and shareable on the interwebs, so, or on the PlayStation store. So if you just are intimidated by this whole process, you can just download what we make in this stream. That's no biggie. Oh, man, I don't know if we're gonna be able to get that shade of orange. That's a weird shade of orange. It's like a reddish orange. Sorry, and I know we're just looking at the tail end of this Mustang. I'm looking at my actual model, and I'm just doing the best I can to color match that orange right now. But I want you guys to have kind of an idea of the process I'm going through. I think it needs to be a little bit more red. Sorry, like I said, I'm manipulating right now in Gran Turismo, and you're not seeing the process I'm going through to color match. Well, we can. Let's just pop you back over to Gran Turismo. I'm just not gonna be able to see chat if you guys are chatting to me right now. I'll be back in the chat in a second. I just need to. I want to try to make sure that this color is right. It's real fine moves. I really wish I could do this zoomed in, but you can't. It's another limitation of the livery editor. You know, I spent a lot of time complaining about the stuff that they didn't include in this game. But it's really frustrating that this has been part of the game for decades. This has been a function in the game for decades, and it's the only thing that they do not do anything to fix. This livery editor, as much as it's kind of come along and has grown up over the years, it definitely has not grown with the rest of the game. It's still really like you have to do these like kind of backwards flips in order to get it to do the thing that you want it to do sometimes. A lot of the times, actually. I mean, I shouldn't really have to guess as much as I do doing these liveries. I mean, that's close. It's not the same. It's not the same intensity, but it's really close. I mean, it's close enough that I think if anyone is familiar with this design, they'll recognize it. just want to be happy with this because this will be the orange that we use once. I mean, that's damn close. It's just hard. I wish I had an eyedropper tool so that I could eyedrop this and just plop it into Gran Turismo, but there is no such tool in Gran Turismo. So let's just use this, and then once we get the other elements in place, maybe hopefully it'll all work. So we're gonna duplicate that once again, kind of working with our limitations that we do have in this program. I really don't know why they don't. I wish they really wish they would just give us, and it's not even like we're asking, at least people that design liveries are asking for much. We just want like basic tools. I mean, I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah. That looks the part. Right? And I went ahead and downloaded the elements for this car already. We'll go over that because I think there are a couple other decals I did not download. So for anyone that didn't catch us shopping, or how you use the Discover option, you'll get to learn how to look for elements. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at that color and whether or not, and I'm also looking at how I could maybe simplify this shape so that I don't have to use so many decals to achieve this. Let's see if I can make this one decal stretch big enough. I mean, this will also be how we make our white stripe, but we kind of want this to be big enough so that we can just duplicate it all the way down and not have to worry about, like, I mean, laying it out. What it's gonna do though, it looks like it's gonna reach to the front of the car. That's not a huge deal. We can work with that. That's more the ticket though, like this. That way we can do the whole car in one big stinking decal and not have to worry about whether or not it's straight or not. Like I said, you only have a certain number of these guys to use, so make sure you're using them in a manner that is going to be economical. That looks good. Okay, let's delete these guys. That was a good ruler to give us a sense of what we want to do, but that is definitely, that's the ticket. So we want to change the color for that to that orange that we have. All right, now we're talking. Now we are talking. Okay, so from this point, it gets really easy. At least for this car, it does. Because we made the decal so big, it's stretching to the front of the car. The original car, these lines don't go past this front wheel well. So we'll just address that once we get to the front. The front of the car is pretty bare. We're going to have to deal with the same kind of gradient thing on the hood, but otherwise everything else is pretty bare. There are a couple of sponsorship stickers on this car, but nothing that we're going to have to worry about too much. And like I said, the whole point of this was to try to give you guys like something really easy to start off with that kind of employs tougher or advanced decal tools or methods. But it'll look complex once it's done, but it's really a very, very simple design. Let's switch back over to our reference photo. sorry. And let's look at the side of this car and look at how many white lines we have. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 white lines. All of them change the width of this orange line as they go down, so they kind of like look like kind of like a horizon going off into the distance or something. This first line is very thin. The second line is big. This one gets bigger. This one gets bigger, and once again, this is the biggest. And then all these lines, we got to remember that 3 lines come from the wheel well area, and then the 2 of the lines don't actually start there. They actually start toward the bottom of the car. So let's tackle these 3 lines first, and then hopefully that will, let's tackle these 3 white lines first, and then that should give us the dimensions for these last 2 lines. So all we're going to want to do is duplicate this layer. It's already there. It's already straight. It already has our dimensions. We want to put it on top of the layer, of the orange layer, so that it shows. We will pick white. And you know what you could do is you honestly could just steal, and I do it all the time. I just steal kind of this design and I replicate it across a bunch of different cars in different ways. You know, just because you do something the same, it doesn't mean that you just aren't fresh. It just means that you kind of have, like I said, and I keep on talking about, your design aesthetic, and that's how you design stuff. That looks like a good starting mark. So let's do our next one. We just duplicate it again. We change it back to our orange because that's what we want it to be. And we widen it by moving it down just a little bit. Boom. Now let's do that again. Duplicate this layer. Change its color to the white. Once again, pulling from the color picker. Don't ever once you start initiating color choices, you don't want to pick from anywhere else but that. This second line looks like it maybe gets like that, I think. We also want to, because these lines will wrap around eventually to the back of the car, we want to make sure that we're getting into the right spots. So I'm going to, without bringing you guys over there, I'm going to look at the reference photo, and that looks, pretty damn close. I'm also looking at line thickness and whether or not this white line thickness really changes that much. It doesn't look like it does. We're not going to be able to tell on our version, but we can get pretty damn close. We just want to make sure that this second line lines up in a way so that we can get it to wrap around to the back side of the car. And give me a second. I just need to look at the back of the car real quick. We want to make sure it's going to line up with the rest of to the back of the car, because, like I said, it carries over to the rear, and there's a very specific line count that happens in the rear there. So that looks like it's the bottom, kind of the bottom of that light. So we need to kind of put it there, I think. I mean, that looks close enough. All right. And then we want to duplicate this layer. Change it to orange. Another thing that makes this design really easy is that it's only 2 colors. We do like that. And then the third line should be the line that ends up lining up with the license plate holder, but it looks like the rear one on our car is in a different spot, I think. I don't know. Let's duplicate this layer. We'll get to there when we get there. Change it back to white. Sorry, I'm not looking at. There we go. Now we're back to chat. And then we're gonna move that layer further down. And we want this orange line. This is when it starts getting wider. Let me just look at my source photo and make sure that we are doing that in the right manner. Luckily, I also have a photo of this car in this exact orientation, so it's easy for me to like switch back and forth to it. I think that's probably it, because we want this white line is going to kind of run into this area here, at least on the model. That's where it does. It kind of runs into this, and it stops, I believe. Let me see, just make sure. It kind of stops, but it kind of carries over, so it kind of grazes. Half of it goes and disappears underneath this little area here where the license plate would be, and the other half kind of travels on the top of that and runs parallel to that area. So we just want to make sure that this white line is going to kind of do that once it gets to the back of the car. Okay. Remember, we're trying to mimic this look as much as we can without having the ability to like lay a transparency over this car to make sure that we're doing everything right. So we're going to duplicate that layer, change it to our orange, take it, move it down, and that gives us that line. And it looks like it's on the trajectory to do the things that we want it to do. It's on the trajectory to greatness. Let's do our final 2 lines, because remember, we want 5 lines. These 2 lines don't start at the wheel well, they actually start mid-body. So this next line should start mid-body, kind of like mid-door on the lower end of that, where that aerodynamic part is. So we want to duplicate this layer. We want to make it white. And we want to move this one down. To just about there, I think. Actually, no, it should be wider, right? We said mid-door, so kind of like right there. Like I said, man, there are other things that you can do in Grand. And if you're someone who doesn't want to ding their score either, this is, and you only do FIA races, this is how you continue to play Gran Turismo in the time where you're not doing any kind of racing, right? Where you're working on your car, practicing maybe. But practice can only get so fun when you don't know what you're practicing for. So, I mean, I guess we could be practicing to become better drivers. You know, that's a thing. Actually, I was wrong. That line should actually start kind of in front of the door. Oh, okay. I see what's going on. Should kind of start like here, I think. Yeah, it looks like it starts kind of like here. We might actually have to move. Yeah, let's move this line up, because we want this line to actually kind of do something different. Was it this one? Nope. It was this one, I think. We want this one to be further up and kind of more like that. Real fine moves. Oops. Nope. Cancel. It would be this one. Nope. Nope. It would be this one. Yeah, okay. I'm looking at right now is the back bumper. See that ridge where the back bumper comes out underneath of the headlights and then comes back in? I'm trying to line up with that line, this white line, the top of that white line. I wanted to ride that area back there. Okay, so that means that this line can do what we needed to do, which I believe starts more like right. It looks like on the model it starts more like right there than it does mid-door. I was really wrong when I thought it was going to start mid-door. I can be wrong, folks. I'm just human. So are you, at least for the most part, from what I understand. Some of you might be bots that are actually watching the channel. That's close enough. I really wish I could figure out, because I mean, it doesn't look like all those three lines are. Let's work on trying to make them look a little bit more uniform. Like giving them a more uniform thickness. And the good thing about working, and this is another reason why you want to definitely try to work in larger pieces as much as you can, is because it's going to be, when you do lining up, when you just line stuff up, it's going to be way easier to manipulate just one gigantic piece than it is a bunch of tiny pieces. That just ends up becoming a huge pain. I mean, if you want to work that complicated, then, you know, go right on ahead and do that. That's your prerogative, man. I'm trying not to be that complicated. Now I think that third line is. It looks like it's too thin. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to be looking at this that critically. They're just going to be like, oh, this is cool. You know, I want to be able for people to do that, but then also be like, oh, wow, that's really precise. That's super precise work that you just did. I mean, maybe it's just me. It looks like that third line is thicker. I don't... Or thinner, I'm sorry. Let's just give it a little bit more breath here. It's pretty... that looks better. I know I'm making really tiny changes that you guys probably can't see. You know, we are broadcasting 1080p and all that other fun stuff, but sometimes it's still kind of hard to see the tiny details in the translation. I'm looking at this in, you know, my PlayStation Pro, and it's in oversampling mode. So, and I'm also on an ultra wide screen that is super like high def. So my image is going to be definitely different than yours. So we're going to duplicate this. We're going to make that white. And then we're going to move it down to give us our last stripe, which I believe this one definitely starts very far in the back. I want to say that it even starts like as far back as here, or far down as there. Let me just make sure. Yeah, this line looks like it actually definitely starts mid-door. or around kind of the mid-door area. So let's bring that down just a bit. We're going to duplicate that. And we are going to want to change its color back to the orange. And then you want to take that and move this down. And I know I'm kind of in the right spot because I remember when I was setting this decal on the actual car, on the car that I built, I was having problems with it hitting this rear marker light. I think I actually had to punch a hole into the decal to get it to sit in there that it's supposed to. So let's see if we can't bring that white line just a little bit further down, though, because I remember it being a lot closer to that light, because I actually used that light as, or marker as one of, as one of the markers, one of my landmarks to set the decal on the car that I built, where this line actually kind of grazed the top of this. And then we'll move to this one here. Oh, wrong one. This one. We'll just, no, shit. That's the wrong one. It's this one. I want to bring that down just a little bit. Just a tiny bit. That's pretty close for government. That's close enough for government work. Oh, yeah. Such a good design, man. It's super simple. It's really simple, but it's so, like, it's so iconic and, like, memorable, and it really kind of is a basic design that that anyone can use to make their car look a lot faster than it actually is. Not saying that these Mustangs don't perform well, because they actually do. They do really well, a really good job. They're really it's really surprising how well they're competing against some really some greater cars. But it looks cool. I feel pretty confident. Confident enough that I could probably transfer this design over to the... I can already go ahead and start transferring this design to the other side of the car. I kind of really have to at this point, because these lines will all meet at the rear end of the car and carry over to the other side of the car. So let's go ahead and do that, so we can pretty much get most of the car already done. After this, literally all we have to do is the hood, and then put sponsorship decals on the thing, and finish off the rear, and that's gonna be this car. Let's go ahead and do all of our transferring. We don't have to do any flip vertically like we did yesterday, because, or flip horizontally, because all of this stuff we never skewed any of it. So, and I really encourage anyone that really wants to try to even like make a really rudimentary attempt at like working with this livery editor to do this. Maybe even do this exact same car, just so you have an idea of what you're working with, because it really can be frustrating and daunting when you do work with this, when you start working with this. And I want you guys to be able to like feel like you've learned enough from, you know, the bits that we've done on this series to do this to your own cars, you know, and that way you've got something else to do in the off season other than try to wonder when the next time you're gonna crack open Gran Turismo to play it. You know, you don't have to actually race in order to play Gran Turismo. And I wish they would make it more apparent that there is more to Gran Turismo than just the racing. You know, I know a lot of people, that's why you buy Gran Turismo. Obviously, is the racing. But But there's a whole other side to it. There's this whole livery side that really gets kind of just swept under the rug. And the funny thing is that there are a lot of people that use it. There are a huge amount of people that play Gran Turismo, and all they do is create liveries. And the way I know is that you can go into when you go into the livery store and you start downloading liveries from people, if you notice, their driver ratings are usually terrible. But they have a ton of money, and they have a ton of liveries, which tells me that usually it seems like that they're probably people that just design cars, and that's all they do in Gran Turismo. I mean, I would almost kind of fall into that category where we're gonna have to split this part up into two pieces. Because I really don't want this. I could make it really big to fit as one huge piece on the rear, but I don't, because it then will start running into our lines on the side, and we don't want to lose those. And we definitely need those lines to guide us across the back side of the car here. And you'll see what I'm talking about here in a second. We're gonna probably want to make this just big enough to do that. Okay, that's good. You know, like I said, I've been working with this livery editor since, this is my first PlayStation I've had since 2002 or something like that. I had been an Xbox person for a while, and then PC Master Race. I did all that. I still do PC Master Race. This is my first PlayStation in a very long time, and this is the first time I played Gran Turismo in a really, really long time. And it just really surprises me that they don't, like I said, this livery editor has not changed much. It still has all the same kind of limitations and quirks that you have to deal with. And if you're going to include this into part of your game, then fucking fix it. Fix what's wrong with it. I think there are enough of us out there that use this option that it would behoove you to kind of listen to that part of the the fan base that isn't racing, that is just do they just like designing cars. And I mean, I've luckily fallen to both categories. Might be one of the livery editors with one of the better racing records or better driver scores, but this is a part of the game I really actually enjoy doing, and it just really makes me mad that they don't take, it doesn't seem like they take us, the people that design stuff, seriously. It's just like something they threw into the game, and you just got to work with what they give you. I'm fine with that. I've been doing that for years, but at least give us like tiny options that make our jobs easier. There we go. That's nice. See what I'm doing? I am now using the lines on the side as a guideline. I might want to do another, because I don't like how that's doing that. So I want to try to continue those orange lines, which we can do. Let's see, what layer is that? That's that white layer. That's orange. Maybe we should just start. What's this layer? That's that orange. Maybe we should actually move this all the way up here and make it bigger so it falls. Yeah, maybe we should do that. Whoops. Okay. Like I said, this is going to probably be the trickiest part, is doing this wraparound. But as tricky as this might look, it's actually very, very easy to pull off. Because we're going to employ the same method that we've been using on all these designs, which is duplicate, just change the color, and then just shift it down. Why overcomplicate things, right? There we go. I'm going to duplicate this layer. We're going to change its color. And we're going to shift it down again. We're having to make it larger because it's every time we duplicate it, because it's not quite big enough to fit. So what you're getting is you're getting a little bit of bleed through from that white layer underneath, but once again, we can address it with just making our decal just a little bit bigger, and if we make all the right moves, then it should match up without any kind of overlap. Now we've got a layer that we probably don't need. I think we went over one of these layers. Let's just delete one and see what happens. Yep, I don't think that one we used. And that's that layer. Okay, so that's where that layer is. Which one? Okay. Honestly, you could probably get rid of that one, but I think that's doing something, right? No, it isn't. So let's delete that layer. I don't want useless layers. What's this one doing? That's that white that's there. And that should be this orange. And then this one should be which one? That layer. Okay, so we're going to delete that layer. Where are you? That one. That one. Is that the same layer? Oh, that's our duplicate, isn't it? No, it's that one I want to get rid of. Delete layer. I don't think that was doing anything. Okay. So now we got to duplicate this layer. We're going to make it white. And then we're going to shift it down to meet with this guy right there. Then we're going to want to duplicate this layer. We are going to want to change it back to orange. And then we want to move it down. Grab, go left and right. Just make it orange and large enough that it's covering all that other stuff. Doesn't look like that one layer underneath is quite large enough, so we're going to make it larger. And if you don't see what I'm covering up, there are these little, because when it duplicates these layers, it's not quite the size. It's just a tiny bit smaller than the layer that we're covering up. So you kind of have to make it just a tiny bit bigger so it covers all the overlap. Let's make this one. I'm starting to see some weird aberrations here, so we're going to try to deal with it as much as we can. So I think that should even up it on both sides. Yeah, that looks pretty right. And it looks like that the white layer that's here needs to also come down just a bit. No, that's the wrong white layer, isn't it? This white layer is the one that we want to mess with. Yeah, because it's now kind of punching into that one line there, and that fixes that. All right, let's continue with our layer duplication. Duplicate. Change color to white. And then move down. And then make it a little bit bigger. And then move down a little bit more. Boom. Done. Let's duplicate that layer. Change it to the orange. I think what we're going to do too at some point is also redesign. I kind of wanted to I think I may have brought this up earlier, but I want to redesign my cars for next season. So maybe we'll do an episode where we redesign a couple episodes of redesigning my car. Not that I'm not happy with the designs that I've made for my car, but who said that we can't have a bunch of designs for a car? It's America. I can do what I want. So this line is doing exactly what I wanted to do. Like I said, I wanted this line to graze the top end of that license plate area, and it's doing exactly just that. All right. We'll duplicate this layer. Change it to white. And continue moving it down. That's pretty. That looks like the ticket. See, and this is what I'm talking about. When I do the duplicate, it's doing something like this, where it's giving me this tiny. It's just like a tiny smidge smaller than it needs to be. So you just need to make it a little bit bigger just to hide all that. Looks like we've got some craziness going on with those other lines up there, and this is what you're going to run into when you're trying to connect lines across the back end of the car or the front end of the car. Is you're going to run into these weird. See how it's kind of just doing that weird thing. And we'll try to fix that as much as we can, but there is, like I said, only so much that you can do, and there's going to be a percentage where you're going to have flaws that you just cannot fix, because Gran Turismo just won't let you do it. Which shouldn't be the case. If they want to unleash everyone's creativity, the limits of your tools and your design tools are really limiting. Gran Turismo, that's probably close. Oh shit. Nope. Cancel. Once again, if you mess up like that, just hit cancel, and it'll bring you back to this point where you can. What happened is I pressed the rotate button by accident because I was trying to get the camera to move around. That's pretty close. Still not quite lining up over here, though. Why is that? Why is it not lining up over here? Can I make it line up here? Let's try lining up the bottom, and then we'll try to line up the top of that line better. It looks close. That looks better. Let's do this orange line. Once again, working with the limitations that I've been given. I mean, you're not going to notice it from all the way out here. You're not going to notice any of that, but actually I do notice it. I see it right there. Crap. That sucks. So I think we might have to change our alignment method. It doesn't look like it's happening terribly up here, but what's happening is that these technically should all meet up, but they aren't. I mean, you see this kind of, that's really messy. I mean, if you don't care, you just want to slap shit on your car, that's fine. I care. So, as being someone that does care, I'm going to go ahead and just delete everything back there that I've done so far, because something isn't copacetic here. Something is not working right. So it's not like it takes a million years to do any of this. It's just like You know, you're just gonna have to be able to kill babies, man. That's part of creation. You gotta kill your babies in order to get them perfect. That one we could probably keep. Nah, let's get rid of it. It's not doing any good for us right now. So let's try. I don't know if we tried align with camera. I think we may have been aligning with camera on that one. Let's do align with surface because we want it to wrap around the surface of the car. So let's start off with white. Once again, we're gonna go pretty big. Maybe we can just not do. Oh, maybe we can do. Maybe we can start with. No, we're gonna have to start with white because we need to cover that shit there. So maybe we can. Maybe we can just do like that. And not have to go all the way up there. Duplicate. We can be back, right back where we started very quickly. Oh, no. That's going to be wrong. That looks all wrong. I mean, now it's meeting up with the line better, but now it's not doing what we wanted to do. Let's just see what happens when you keep on going down. Like I said, it's a trial and error thing, guys. If we can get kind of to do what we want it to do, then we'll keep it. I mean, it's better than it being really sloppy, or at least looking really sloppy. But you definitely want to try to give the attempt that you, or show that you made the attempt to at least make something that was decent looking. I wouldn't want to. I don't download anything that looks sloppy. And a lot of times I'll say, that's sloppy looking. You could have done that so much better. Christ. And this line isn't showing up where I want it to be. But what's happening, though, is that at least it looks like we're still having the same problem. So maybe we'll just go back to the more accurate method. I mean, I could live with it looking like this. It's not completely accurate because, like I said, that line should technically graze the top of that. Christ. All right, well, that sucks. But I don't want it to look all Ripley like it did. It looked all jagged and stuff when we did it the other way. Let's continue down. And I think the other problem I have with this is that these lines technically should just be straight across, and they're not. They're like bowing out because they're conforming to the shape of the car. I wish I could just change. That's another thing. I wish I could just change the projection method. You already asked me to change the projection method in one spot. Why can't I just do it right here? So frustrating, man. I don't think they even ask for the input from people that design liveries. I really don't think they care. They just put it in the game because you can do it, but they don't really put any care into making sure that when you do design that it's easy. Like they make it seem so hard and like, you know, like it's voodoo magic, and it really turns people off to that part of the game. You know, because not everyone, you know, is artistically minded or artistically, you know, adept enough to do something. At least they never tell you that you don't have to be artistically minded to do this. All you have to do is to be able to kind of look at something and copy it. It's like, it's so easy to do all of this. I mean, that's neater looking. It's not quite accurate to what the car is, really. But it definitely is a lot neater looking. I mean, it still has a little bit of those joining lines there. But I can't get it to do it any other way. And maybe it's because these main lines here were projected. But I projected those to come on or be straight as camera or align with camera as well, so. I just don't get it. Okay, let me look back at my photos. This license plate area, I believe, is just white. Yeah, it is. Okay, that's easy enough to do. And maybe that'll sell it. Oh, shit, you know what? Damn it. We may have a problem here. Yeah, it's not lining up right at all. Technically, this last third line here should actually line up at the bottom of the car, and it's not doing that. Not to mention, it doesn't look anything like what we're looking at here. Doesn't look anything like the source. Which, okay, so that's what we have here, right? Looks good, acceptable, whatever, what have you. This is what the rear end should look like. And you see, we can get the white in the license plate area, but it looks like that third line should be the very bottom there. It should be the bottommost line, right above where that black. I mean, granted, this rear splitter is way different than the rear splitter that we're working with, but it shouldn't be that much off. And ours is really off. Right? There's our version. Sorry, you're hearing me in double right now. There's our version. And Christ. And this is the real version. So that middle line should be the third, or this middle line right here should come to like the middle of the license plate area. This one should be doing what we wanted it to do originally, which is to graze the top of this. Sorry, I'm just thinking. Let me look at a picture of it on the side and just see how. Christ. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. I gotcha. So I think to fix that, we need to fix a couple of lines in our car before we tackle the rear at this point. Give me a second. I'm just thinking right now. So what we're going to want to do, we need to move this line on the bottom further down below that rear reflector. And then we need to move that third line. This needs to go like down here. Shit. Damn it. Oh crap, we already son of a bitch. Well, ain't that some shit. Now we're gonna have to go back and delete all of this shit. Alright, we can do that. Because now nothing's going to line up if we keep on messing with this. I probably should have thought about this before we started doing the other side and getting excited that we should start doing the other side. Maybe we'll only get one card on the stream. We'll just have to do the same thing tomorrow on the other car. Shit. Okay, let's just calm down, everyone, and... Yeah, see, this is what happens when you put the horse before the cart. Alright, well, let's delete that layer. At least we know that everything that is above the other layer is going to be a copy on this side, I believe. So, what's that one? We just want to make sure that we're deleting the right things. But if you did everything as per my method, everything that should be above every first layer of color should be the corresponding layer on that side. Meaning that the layer below is the color on the right side. Because, you know, you're just going along and duplicating, you're just duplicating layers. Layers, delete. Nope, that layer, delete. Okay, and then let's go ahead and just delete all this shit in the back. And we might even want to delete. Might even want to delete. We definitely want to delete everything on the back. We might want to delete everything on the side as well and just change the. I mean, let's see if that's where the problem is the alignment method. And why we're getting such terrible matching. But I really don't think that's where it is. I just think that maybe we're just approaching this the wrong way. What's the orange there? But see, maybe that means our angle is wrong then. Just seems like... That's the bottom one. That's this one. Nope, that isn't that one. How is that not that? Oh, it's the white line I want to move. Cancel. It's this line we want to... Nope, it's this line we want to move. Yep. So we want to make sure that's down here. And it grazes the bottom, because then that will give us that line down there. Maybe our lines aren't wide enough. It should graze the bottom there. And then that the next line needs to... Well, no. Oh, yeah, it does need to move down. Or does it? Let me look at my car. Give me a second. I need to look at my car. Yeah, you know what? Maybe it was just that bottom line that was throwing everything off, because the more I look at the model, I literally now have the model sitting in front of me. And I'm looking at it right now, and it looks like what is happening. Oh, time to change the batteries on the DualShock. Give me a second. Crap. Did I not charge any of my damn controllers? Well, the time that this one takes to, I know it's low. The time that it takes for this one to die, hopefully the other one will charge up. Because we're not really, oh crap. I'm gonna have to, oh crap, I need to find, give me a second. Let me get a cord to power my damn controller. All right, maybe I can use my phone. Crapola. I was hoping I could use my phone cable to charge my thing, but Christ. All right, let me go find the cable. It should take me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second, guys. I'm just... You know, I could probably rock with my door open, so... No one's really home except for quiet people. My other roommate's really loud, so... Normally he's home right now and making a lot of noise, so I have to shut my door. It's kind of nice to have the fresh air coming in, though. Normally I have the door shut so I can do my broadcast in relative quiet. So the more I look at, we might even have the angle wrong. I mean, it looks pretty darn close. I'm just trying to get this bottom line to kind of line up right. And where I have it on the model isn't quite right, I don't think. Although when I laid the decal on the actual model, I kind of messed up too. So maybe I can't use it as 100% accurate representation. It's very close, but it's not exact. But if I can get it to kind of line up close enough. Which on the model, it looks like my model, it looks like this line actually starts like here. But in that case, then the angle, maybe the angle for our livery is wrong. How does it behave in the back? Oh, okay, yeah, all right, yeah, maybe maybe this should have been the line that we should have been basing the whole thing off of, was this bottom line, because it does something very, very specific in the rear. And on the model, which layer are we working with? This white line. On the model, this line actually kind of rides the contour of that light, because that's like the angle. I think that's the angle of the diagonal. Oh, I don't want to change it, so maybe we might have to work in reverse here. All right, let's work with that. That'll be our originating line for this design. That will give us all the dimensions of where everything else should land, because that looks pretty right on the money from what I have built here. So with that in mind, we're gonna have to erase all this other stuff. So let's delete this layer. Let's delete this layer. Oh, no, that's right. Delete this layer. We'll delete this layer. This is what I mean by killing your baby. Sometimes you just got to do this. You got to kill everything else that you've done. Especially if you're trying to look for accuracy. You know, it's going to suck. You may have done a lot of work to get to this point, but that's why I say try to use as little decals as possible, so you're not destroying a lot of work. You're just destroying a little bit of work. Okay, so we want to duplicate this layer, and we want to work with the one below first, but when we go to the further up layers, we're going to have to duplicate above them, because we want this all to lie below. Oh, nope, didn't do what we want. We want it to lay above. So we can do that later. We can do that here. Move layer, and then we want it to go below, and that is exactly what we wanted to do. So that's giving us now our angle that we need to be attacking this at. So let us give us our top layer, and then we'll work back down to this one. So we want to definitely duplicate this layer. No, we want to duplicate the white layer that's above it. We want to duplicate this layer. Make it orange. And we want to get the top of our wedge, which should be, if I'm not mistaken, like right there. So we want to move. This is going to get all confusing now. We want to move this guy. Shit. We'll move this guy here. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So now this is that. This is the big layer. That's our main slice, right? No. Maybe we move this here to up here. Then we lose those two. So we move this layer here. Nope. Oh, I get what's going on now. Nope. Totally wrong. That main layer needs to move there, and this layer needs to move. Finishing any layer. We want to move this layer here. No, we want to move this layer here. And this, I guess, will also help you learn the importance of layer hierarchy. Now you want to make sure that you're manipulating your layers in the manner that makes sense. So now we want to start our duplicating process again. And you'll do this. You know, I've been, like I said, I've been doing this for a long time, and this is almost every single livery that I create. You know, I spend a good amount of time doing this kind of work. Maybe we should shut the door now because the dog is barking. Give me a second. Oh, no, she's not barking much anymore. So let's just continue on. All right. So we want 3 lines here, or 5 lines on the side here. Duplicate. Change color. Doesn't seem like anyone likes to watch these videos because it doesn't seem like it's getting as much traffic as I normally do. I don't know why you guys want to watch me race. I don't personally want to watch me race. But if you guys want to watch me race, we can do that too. Duplicate. And then I just wanted to try to do something that was different from everyone else, you know? No one does these videos. I wish someone did. But maybe what I wish isn't exactly what you guys want to watch. I mean, I'm hoping I'm helping someone out there do all this work. You know, it isn't... I'm trying to make it so that it isn't rocket science, that you're not turned off by it. You know, that's the hope, is that there maybe at least influence one person out there to like start using this part of the game that really gets overlooked by everyone. You know, who wants to go driving with cars that, you know, Gran Turismo gave you? I mean, I can see the appeal to it, but I mean, honestly, you know, you've got choices. And then if you don't like those choices, you can make your own choice. That's what the spice of life is, right? Did I duplicate that layer yet? I did. I just didn't change the color. It's white. Okay, and move that down. That should be that one. That one should looks like it's kind of like right here. Okay, now I gotta close my door again. Okay, this line needs to line up like right about there, because this line will wrap to our back on the rear bumper. So we duplicate that. You know, this part could be just as exciting as racing. It's just you're competing in a different way. You're trying to compete artistically and with your imagination. You know, I don't want to be the only person doing this in this realm of Gran Turismo. Okay, that line needs to come down just a little bit more. I don't want to be the only one. I mean, there are a bunch of us out there that do this, but I want you guys to like also be able to kind of join into the fun. Like I said, it's not hard. And I'm hoping that the series will help you realize that it isn't that hard. It just takes a little bit of effort. You know, it might be, and if it is hard, then you shouldn't be afraid of it. Like anything in life, you know? You should want to do it because it's hard. But maybe that's just not the society we live in. Maybe people just don't like challenging themselves anymore. I mean, that would be really sad if that was the case. Yes, What am I doing? Which decal am I? Oh, I'm moving the bottom decal. Where though? Which decal is that? Oh, is that the one I just duplicated? Oh, I didn't ever turn it white, did I? I don't even know what decal that is. Why are you even there? Delete layer. Oh, maybe I was prepping it to be. Okay, well that makes sense. You know, I don't want to be the only one doing this. I don't mind doing it. Very much enjoy it. Let's make that line. Just looking at the rear where I want it to end up. Let's make that line come down just a little bit more. Can we spook it to come down just a little bit more? Like to kind of there, I think would be a happy spot for it to live. We needs to reduce the size of this one. We have to work one more line into there. Just want to make sure that this one is kind of around the size of the other ones. I don't think I'm going to be able to be, once again, very accurate with it because of a lack of tools that I have at my disposal. But it's close enough, I think, for government work. Let's fix that one that's in the middle, I think, and once that one is fixed, I think we'll be comfortable enough to finish this off on this side. I mean, it looks really close. It looks really, really close. Okay. You know, something is more hard. I try to tackle it, especially if it's something that I think is very tackle or something that I can really handle, and maybe even stuff that I can. I mean, a lot of the models that I build, I'm not really qualified to build any of them, but I do because I like doing them. No, we don't delete it. We want to duplicate it. You know, I don't build models because I think I can build them. I build them because I want the challenge of building them. Maybe that's what the problem with this is that no one wants to challenge themselves to do this. Okay, that doesn't looks too low. Because realistically, you want it to kind of be, you want it to be bigger. So how am I going to do that without messing up our design too much? This white piece, I think, needs to go further up to like there, I think. This is going to be the line that, okay, this line really doesn't matter too much. We want it to be right. And then that means this line, nope, the line after it, we need that to go up just a bit. That looks good. That looks good. That looks the part. Now we have a pretty accurate template to go by. Let's try transferring this over because we do need it to be there in order to meet the two. In order for the both sides to match up, we're gonna have to have the other layers, the side layers there. So even if it ends up being wrong, we can always go back and fix it like we have. I mean, it might take us deleting it again. But that is part of the process. It is all, once again, this is something that could be a lot easier to do if we had the proper tools, but we don't. So if anyone from Polyphony Digital is listening or watching this series, please, 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 if you're going to include this and be part of the game, give it some love and do some updates that you should have done decades ago, like literally decades ago. It's really, really just, it amazes me that this is even part of the game still, and it's still as broken as it is. I know there are a lot of other broken things in the game, like the penalty system needs to be really fixed. But this is a part that should be easy enough to like give us like the tiniest bit of like help trying to execute. They just don't give you enough tools to do the stuff that you want, that most of us want to do. I mean, I know some of us, we've found workarounds and stuff, but we shouldn't. I mean, honestly, shouldn't have to find workarounds. It isn't my job as a consumer to have to fix your game. Sorry. Like I said, I like the challenge of it and having to work with it. All right, I already know this isn't going to work because it doesn't look like it's lining up like it should. I should just change the camera. Okay. Let's see how this. Let's see how this. See how this fares. Back here, and let's see if we can get it to do what we want it to do. I also extended. I extended these lines further beyond to the furthest point where I don't have to deal with. I think another problem that we were having was that we're having to match it up on this curve here, which can be really, really hard. So I tried to get the lines to go further back so that the lining up that we're going to do is going to be on a flatter surface. So hopefully now that we've got all of that in place, this whole process will work like it's supposed to. If anyone has any kind of ties with Polyphony Digital, or maybe you're Polyphony Digital watching this, there are a lot of us that are really frustrated. At least there is one designer who's very frustrated with the tools that you've given us. Like I said, if you're going to include it in your game, make sure it works. Shouldn't take me a whole afternoon to do something like this. It should just take me like a couple minutes, realistically. There's no R&D in this. There's no like design, I mean, I'm literally just copying something else. It shouldn't be this hard. Still not quite meeting up. Okay, maybe that's it. Maybe we just have to watch the size constraint. Okay, that's doing more of what we wanted to do. This line is still not doing the right thing, but I'm more inclined to accept that than what we had before, which was really sloppy looking. And it definitely was not accurate to what we were trying to depict. So Just trying to address these little tiny portions as best as I can with what I have to work with. Just a slight sizing problem. Oh shit, that's not what we wanted to do. Once again, cancel editing is there for a reason. It's not quite a Control Z, but it's the closest thing you've got to it, so use it. Alright, looks like it's a size and placement issue at this point. I don't think that's a lot more acceptable. I mean, I can live with that. I mean, it's still kind of uneven, but I can live with it being more like uneven that way than anything else. So let's duplicate this. Let's change it back to the white. Oh shit, did I just duplicate the wrong thing? Yeah, I did. Sorry. Finish editing layer. Delete layer. No. Yeah, delete layer, yes. We want to duplicate this layer. Duplicate. I doubt anyone's watching the stream because everyone's probably watching election results. It's fine. You can come back to this later. Just want to make sure that everyone's entertained. I know it's a very tense time in our country right now, but I'm gonna try to. I'm tense as well. Just not letting it try to affect the entertainment value of what I'm trying to give you guys. Duplicate and orange. Wow, maybe we won't get to the other car. I was hoping we could do both cars today. I wanted to do both cars today to show that you could do a car in one day, or do two cars in one day, but I guess this is going to take longer than this might take the rest of the stream to do the... I mean, we'll see. Let's see. We might be able to start the other car today and just finish it tomorrow. So bring this down. Yeah, okay, that's doing more of what we wanted to do. It's not doing exactly what it should be doing. Realistically, we would want this bottom stripe to be long, like, that's not meeting up. We want this bottom stripe to be a little higher up, but I mean, I'll take this, you know. Once again, I don't think anyone out in Gran Turismo world is going to be like, oh my god, that line's completely off. I mean, maybe the only people that would be doing it would be people that are livery editors as well. I mean, if you don't believe me that there are people that don't race in this game, go look for yourself. Go download a livery and then look at that person's gallery and look at that person's driver rating and all their stats. And usually they've got, you know, it looks like they've been racing and they've got a lot of money. But they are definitely not very good drivers. I think most people that I download decals and liveries from are like D still, and B. It seems like B class racers are the popular ones. And they have usually a huge library of liveries and decals that are awesome. It's just that they're not very good drivers, and that's fine. None of them have a YouTube channel, I don't think. At least I've never seen a YouTube channel ever, a Gran Turismo YouTube channel talk about this topic, so. We talk about tough topics here on Behind the Wheel. And this is one of the tough topics. That looks pretty darn straight. That looks the part. Believe it or not, this is the majority of our livery right here, is just this. We're going to have to repeat it on the hood, which isn't going to be any problem. But for the most part, this is pretty much us right here. And I have to say it looks pretty close. It's not excuse me. It's not 100% accurate, but it's pretty darn close for government work. So let's just finish off the rear, because on the real car, this back part is white. Like this whole license plate area is white. So let's address that now. Let's first do the diagonals here where it looks like it's a pretty straight shot. We're going to have to address the little curvy stuff inside here. And this is a small detail, but what looks like is happening in here is that the decal actually stops right where I've got this stopping, which is right when the license plate indentation meets back up with a flat surface perpendicularly. So we're going to do the same thing. We just need to extend that in there to white. Duplicate in reverse. And then duplicate. I mean, the least they could do is give us a highlighting method that's better than the one they've given us. That would even help. I mean, I'm not asking for much when I'm asking for updates to this particular part of the program. It's just, you would think that would be easy enough to do, to execute. Just give me like really, my demands are simple. I'm a simple man with simple demands. Projection method doesn't really matter in this sense right here, although it looks like it is mattering because it's now stretching. So I'll delete that. No, we didn't want to delete that. Shit. It's okay. Duplicate on reverse. There we go. That gives us that. And I'm going to add a layer to the rear that is projected, aligned with camera. And we want it to be this straight line. If you also have been watching the rest of the series, notice how I really don't use... I mean, I'll go into the specialized shapes. Just because it's there doesn't mean you have to use them. I rarely ever use them. I'm going to start probably using them more often since I'm starting to get a little bit more advanced with my livery designs. But don't get carried away. Just start with like the simplest shapes and see some of the most complex designs can be made with these simple shapes. And that way you don't have to like wrap your head around like, oh, but there's so many choices. There are tons of choices that you can use. Whether or not they're going to help you execute your plan is another story. And honestly, you can make your design intricate. It just, if you can't execute it with the most simple tools, then it's probably a flawed plan. I mean, that's just my reasoning. Why duplicate? Why overcomplicate something? Just make it as easy as possible, especially if you're beginning. You should want to make it as easy as possible, and that's what kind of the point of this whole series is, to make this whole process more approachable for those of you that don't think that you can do this, because you can. I believe in you guys. You can totally do this. If my dumbass can do this shit, you guys can do this. And I'm an idiot. I'm a complete moron. I can't even get my damn stream to work. And that's a pretty damn easy thing to do, is to do a YouTube stream. But I can't even get the simplest elements to work. I mean, I'm pretty tech savvy too. It's just like, you know, every stream's a wrestling act. Boom. Now we have our rear license plate area. Let me just look at my, oh, yeah, that's right. Just looked at, just another quick glance at my model tells me that's right. That, guys, literally is the majority of this design. Now, like I said, we're going to have to do the same kind of orange thingamajigger on the side or on the hood here, but it's not as involved as you think. All of the rest of the front is just white. There's like 2 Motul stickers that'll go in here. There are a couple of sponsorship stickers that'll go in certain spots. But I mean, for the mass majority of the car, the design is done. I do have to add the Motorcraft decals on both sides, but that is the majority of this design. That's why I thought we could probably tackle this and the other car, because I was just going to make the other Mustang that we have, the Group 4 Mustang, the same car, just to give people the variety of cars. I noticed a lot of people use the Mustang in the FIA races, so I just wanted to, you know, kind of give everyone a choice of liveries for their cars. And I think it would be kind of cool at some point if I go far enough with this series that, you know, I'll end up in a race with a bunch of my cars that I've designed. I think that would be kind of cool. It doesn't look like I've got this white right. And I want to change. I'm going to address that too. Okay, let's see if we can get a white color that more matches the car. Yep, there we go. Boom. All right, so that's all finished. Let's let me go to 10.1 real quick. I will be back in a second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I just needed to, this Gran Turismo stream is so long that, I'm going to have to take a couple bathroom breaks here and there. All right, so now the funny thing about this car, and I didn't get it right on my model, is the Motorcraft decal, which on the right side of the car does something different than the left side of the car. Let's see, the best way to show you guys is, let me see if there's an example of what, I'll show you what I did. No, thinking that this car was like every other car. Give me a second. Which it's not. Which is, and when I bought because I bought the decal sheet from a company that's an aftermarket decal maker, and don't think that Indie Decals isn't a great source for, if you're a model builder too, isn't a great source. They are a fantastic source for give me a second here. Indie Decals is an excellent source if you build car models and you want something other than what the manufacturer has packaged. Definitely, if Indie Decals makes it, they do specifically race cars. If they make it, it's going to be of the finest quality. The one issue that I have with them, though, is that they don't include instruction sheets for where all the decals should go. So you kind of have to work off of reference photos. At least this one particular design did not come with a decal sheet or an instruction manual. So I had to kind of go onto the internets and kind of just figure out exactly where some of these decals should go. And the only source photo I could find was this right side. Now, on your typical car, race car, this wouldn't change. Like, this Motorcraft quality parts should be mirrored on the other side in the same approximate spot, right? And that's what I did. Let's see if I can find a photo of the other side. I don't think I ever took a picture of the other side because it's just a mirror image of this side. I think this is the closest one I have of this other side. So what I did was I just rinsed and repeated. What I had noticed, though, is that once I got to the O here, I had to do a lot of like cutting work in order to get this, because this Motorcraft is one decal. So I had, and there's a door handle right where that O is and where the T is. I thought that you just had to lay it on top of there and kind of, work with it to make it lie flat there. And this goes into the whole idea that you want to make sure that your decals are in spots where, someone who's doing delivery work or laying delivery work, it's easy for them to do, and that it doesn't, the most important thing is that it doesn't obscure the sponsor's logo too much. The way I tackled this was as I actually had to paint the O and T just a little bit underneath so that it looked like, there was the illusion that Motorcraft was unbroken. But if you look at it from the side here, you can see that it's definitely not very clean. Like, you wouldn't, if this car was coming at the camera at this angle, there's definitely a distortion going on with the decal, and it probably would not make people at home base very happy that, this side doesn't just, it's passable, but it's still obscuring. What I didn't know, because I didn't have any access to this side, the picture of the side until I finished the car, was that this Motorcraft is actually on the left side, is actually back here. it's not here, it's actually back here, and I think the quality parts is actually underneath that. So we'll fix that on this Gran Turismo car. I mean, because I'm gonna have to find, there's only like I could only find one picture of that side, And it wasn't until after I put the decal on that I found, I was like, oh my God, there's the picture that I've been looking for. You know, that's just stuff that happens. And you know, it isn't easy for me to fix that in real life, because once that water slide dries, it's there. There's no moving it around unless, you know, you want to tear it up. So we're going to try to do that here. We're going to start with the right side first, but then we won't be able to duplicate on reverse. We're going to have to actually manipulate and place the sticker on this left side appropriately. So let's do the right side first, because that's the side I know what I know what that side looks like. Or the left side, sorry. Probably have the sides all mixed up and you guys are all confused what I'm talking about. So we'll address this side first. We'll line with the camera. I went ahead and downloaded these last night off stream. Like I said, we'll go over this whole thing. I found some other cool deck. Like, I don't know if any of you guys are RC racers, but there are some HPI racing stickers in there that I downloaded. I downloaded this one reason. We're gonna probably need this for that. We probably won't put this on the roof. We probably won't do the roof tags for the names, because I want to be able to, for people to, like, you know, download it. You're not going to be able to put your name on this car if you download it, but at least it doesn't have some other racer's name on it. But I downloaded some Ford Motorsport stickers. I just need to find, once again, I'm looking for when they were created, which I don't know. I know there are older decals. This one was the one that was closest, and this is another thing that you want, especially if you're doing replica work. There are very, very big differences between some of these decals. A lot of these creators are, you know, they do a great job. Don't get me wrong. And I'm not doing, this is one part. This is one end of the whole process that I'm not doing. Luckily, there are people out there that do this, that create their own decals. I'm very, very, very aware of fonts and how people use them, and how they're used in things like design and stuff. Little tidbit about me is I love Helvetica, so if you really want me to look at something, put it in Helvetica. But the Motorcraft symbol has been done a couple times on the Livery store, and if you are trying to match accurately to something, you want to make sure that the font looks pretty much the part. This comes close, and it's the reason why I downloaded it. Is it's very close, but I noticed that the O's were too circular, where the O's in the actual Motorcraft one are actually more square. They're more like these two than they are like this. And if you look at it closely, the F is completely different. The T is also completely different. And definitely the O's are incredibly different. The M, not so much. What this guy did get right was the quality parts. That looks pretty much the part, but I think I found a decal that was just that. So I'm not going to use that. I just wanted to download that. Look, this is the same one. I mean, this is right on. But our quality parts doesn't look quite on, but I couldn't find one. So what we might do, and I might not even delete this guy's this guy's logo, but what we're going to do is we're going to use the quality parts part of this logo, but we're not going to use anything else of it. And I'm going to show you how to do that. And I'm glad that I did this so that I can show you how to use just parts of custom decals that you can find in the actual decal store. So let's take this decal. Let's manipulate it to where we want it to be. I think it wants to be kind of here. It's actually kind of, the part that I want is this quality parts part. And that is almost the same color as the color that we want it to be. It's much bigger, and this decal only covers the door. It should only be about door size. Let me just look at my, yep, it's only about door size. And I'm not really kind of minding, that Motorcraft part because I'm not using it. I want the quality parts part. Let's make sure that it's, knowing that this is a parallel line, it's just one big one big line that's straight. This should all be parallel to that. And that looks pretty damn close. Okay, so let me just make sure that, yep, the parts, at least on my model, the parts, the S is kind of in the middle of the door, or the middle of the door handle, sorry. So you're asking me now, why are you using this Motorcraft? You know, I thought you didn't like it. I don't. I like the quality parts. I just don't like the Motorcraft. So what we're going to do is we're going to finish editing that layer. Then what we're going to do is we're going to add a layer above that. On the left side, projection method, it doesn't really matter just as long as it's a part that, you know, it's going to be a masking piece. I'm going to want to take our white piece and simply cover the part of the decal that we don't want. I know it seems like voodoo magic, but it really is very simple. Once again, we're working with a layer system, so you want to be able to use all of the power of the layer system. Boom. I now have just the quality parts, which was right, which was accurate. Now I want to deal with, the other thing I also want to deal with is the color. The quality parts part should be the same exact color as our orange stripes. It isn't. It's like a red. So what we're going to do is, in most decals you can do this. You can change the decal color. There we go. As you see, if we were to take this layer and obscure it, let's not look at this layer real quick. Let's hide this layer. See how it changed from, that was black, and now the whole decal is the color of our orange stripes. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take one of the better Motorcraft stickers that we found, and knowing that we can change the color of that decal, all of the ones that we downloaded are red. What we're going to do is change them to the appropriate color, which is black, for this design. This red Motorcraft might come in handy for people that want to, I think the other Mustang was a red Motorcraft, but this one in particular is black. Once again, we're going to line up with something that we know is straight, just like you would if you're a woodworker. You know, you use whatever you can that you know is going to be a true straight piece. And we are going to make this so that it does the same thing that it does on our model. It looks like on my model the F and T are actually beyond. We just look and see. Okay, they are beyond that. Okay, so the F and T actually end up beyond the door, so it is pretty large. I think part of the R and the A, you know, once again, I'm also kind of taking into consideration whoever is laying down this decal. You know, they're going to want to not have to deal with too much cutting and trickery work. I mean, I'm sure that they're very capable of doing that, but we want to make those guys' jobs a little easier. And we also do not want to we don't want to obscure our sponsor who's giving us a lot of money to drive a car. I mean, that's close. It looks like it's a little smaller on the model though. And like I said, Indie Decals does an amazing job of matching these to the actual car. So maybe I didn't lay them on right, but I definitely trust the dimensions that that company has produced this decal with. So F&T definitely does look like it's beyond. It doesn't look like the A goes much beyond. Maybe the actual decal that I'm using from the store isn't quite the right size, but we can get it to work for our purposes here. I mean, this might have to work because this is the best I can do. Okay. All right, we take that and we look at our. Let's take a look at our reference photo. We're pretty damn close. Maybe the F&T or... I mean, I can't get it to line up exactly like it is here. But for the most part, we're close enough. You know, like I said, I'm looking at this door handle as a landmark. And that's pretty damn close. I mean, you're not going to get much more closer than that, than what we have on our car, right? I mean, that's enough to make me happy. And it looks the part. Now, let's start addressing all the little bits that we have to do, like we're going to have to paint the other black just to stay true to form with the rest of what we're trying to emulate here or replicate. The rear wing on this car looks like it's black. And it looks like the rest of the treatment just stays white, or the side mirror, body, and the hood are obviously all white. So let's move to putting the Motorcraft sticker on the other side, which is different from this side. Okay, so let's put a decal on, add layer on the right side, and we're going to do the same thing. We are going to choose, we're going to start with our quality parts. And we're going to do something special in the hood because this car, the one I modeled, didn't have this Motorcraft on the hood, which I've noticed that I think the first IMSA car did have this on the hood. I've got this fancy one that has it has the Ford Motor Company in cursive underneath of it, and I like that look. So I'm gonna use that decal on the hood. That's gonna be my artistic what's it called? Liberty. I'm going to use my artistic liberty to complete that side. So let's Let's get our quality parts again. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? So just so they match, I know that's not going to be in the same position. And we're going to probably want to do this with the Motorcraft as well, as we're going to want to duplicate this onto the other side. So, like I said, this isn't going to fall anywhere where it needs to be, because if this was a real, like, realistically, this should be even on both sides. But the way that they laid this car out, in real life, it isn't. Like I said, I don't know why they just chose not to do it. At least not on this car. So we want to do that. Like, that Motorcraft should actually be further up the car. And then we're going to duplicate this. Just so we get the motor parts, and then we're going to duplicate this. If we wanted to duplicate what I built, that would be it. But that's not how it is. This Motorcraft on the real car is actually like up here. So I can see why they did it this way, because, you know, if it were down here, look how much of that, and this is the problem that I was running into when I had laid the decal on my car, is that it was getting really chopped up by this door handle. You know, it might not be a big issue here in Gran Turismo world because everything's digital and, you know, you can manipulate stuff around, but that's just not the case in real life. You know, you have to deal with like physical things. So let me see if I can't find that picture on the internet of the so I can show you the actual difference, how much of a huge difference there is to both the sides. There's the right side, or left side. It's funny because all of the pictures of this car are from its left side. And it isn't until you do some digging that you find the right side of this car. Okay, this might be, hold on, this might be the only picture. Oh, that's someone's artistic representation. Alright, this might be the best picture I have of this thing from the left side. Or from the right side. Let me switch it over. So, oh crap, this car from the right side, the Motorcraft is actually further back. And I think the reason why they did it was to dodge as much as they could the door handle, which is right there. The quality parts is probably kind of right where it needs to be. But notice how compared to our right side of our car, oops. So that's the wrong spot. Quality parts, I think, is in the right spot. Motorcraft is definitely not in the right spot. See how the quality parts there is under like more of the motor part? The quality parts here is going to be more under the craft part, and it looks like this decal is actually kind of lined up here. It doesn't look like it goes too far beyond the rear window there. I mean, it's pretty close. Let me see if I can't get it to line up exactly where it was on the other side, so I could just move it. Oops, you know what? I'm gonna put, once again, I'm gonna put a ruler underneath of it just so I know that this is going to translate straight. This is probably going above and beyond this is definitely going above and beyond the care that anyone should be taking doing this process, but I'm just a above and beyond motherfucker, so that's just gonna have to deal with that. You're gonna have to deal with my perfection, guys. I mean, that's what makes me me. You know, that's what makes me the person that I am. So we want to make sure we retain. We want to retain the integrity of the straightness and kind of just make sure we don't deviate too much. I mean, it should be enough to give us a good guideline to kind of work with. Let's just make sure it's big enough. And I want it to touch the very, very, very bottom of all of these. Alright, you could tell that it's not quite aligned right. See if I can get it to align right. I don't want to move the Motorcraft because that came over from the other side, and I don't want to get too far away from the lineup method that we have going on here. And if any of that made sense. I'm just trying to get it so that we're not going to deviate height-wise from quality parts too much. Let me actually move this layer underneath quality parts just so that I know where that is. Okay. So let's now move Motorcraft up. Now we know if we start going too far off a course, we have at least a guideline of where it should be in relation to being parallel to those lines underneath of us. Once again, it looks like it's warping because it's having to go. Let's just cancel editing this layer, finish editing. Let's change the rule to, oh shit, what did I just delete? Did I not delete that layer? Delete layer. Okay, there we go. Let's just make sure. Christ. Add a layer above. Oh. Let's do that white line again. Let's change its color to black. Let's move it down the road. Let's move them doggies down. Move the doggies down along the road. I know this is, like I said, oh shit. I keep on forgetting to align it to camera. There above. Right. Align with the camera, because like I said, we don't want it to warp. Since we're using this as a ruler, we don't want to use, well, it's not going to be any use to us if it's warping its ruler-like qualities across the hump there. That is the rear wheel well. Maybe that's why I was getting some deviations in accuracy. I want to make sure that this, oh, there's a white layer underneath. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right, because we have that layer obscuring. That's why it wasn't lining up right. That's fine. Is it because, okay. Just wanted to get it to line up as much as I can. Once again, I'm using this as a ruler, so it's not part of the design. Just the way that I'm going to measure whether or not I'm getting too far off a course with this Motorcraft. Alright. That should be good enough. It's cutting it off because I have that white layer that's covering up the quality parts there that's above. See how these two white layers here? That's that part that's masking the bad Motorcraft that we don't like. Oh, crap. Oh my gosh. Why do I have to do so many button presses to get... Come on, man. I swear, this whole system is so back-asswards, man. Why are you not letting me go over to that other box? Do I have to really do this? Do I have to add? Oh, God damn it. You stupid, stupid, stupid program. Decal. Body. Oh my gosh. Why are you just letting me go up that? Why are you not letting me go up the other side? Come on, man. Don't lock up on me. Is that what's happening? Really? I really don't understand this whole... Oh, okay, you know what? Verify work area might actually tell you. No, but it just... God, this is so stupid. Does that... Okay, so wait, if I do that... What does verify work? Oh, that's so dumb. I'm doing this thing where you click it, it's asking you to click in the R3, and I've tried to figure out what the hell does verify work area does, but I mean, it really doesn't do anything. It doesn't tell me anything. It just tells me what part of the car I'm working with, but even that changes. Don't ever believe that crap that they tell you. Why can't I get over into the edit menu? I pressed X. So why aren't you now letting me go into that menu and go up and down? Oh my God, don't freak out on me. Oh, and this is how you can change, and we'll go over this. I haven't personally used this because I don't do much, you know, decal texture work. I mean, maybe we'll do a car at some point where we use a semi-gloss or a matte or a powder texture. I've never really used it too much. Oh, now it goes over. God, this is stupid. As much as I like this mode, I really, really hate it. Just because it's so broken. It's so broken, and it just doesn't behave the way it's supposed to. Really frustrating, like I said. It's incredibly frustrating. Like, I shouldn't have to put down this stupid black piece so I can figure out whether or not this is straight or not. This realistically, like in real life, should be able to just snap into spot without me having to, like, do all this finesse work. I mean, and that's honestly a lot of the time, it's like doing this stupid finesse work. It's like, you know, in any other design program, that would be unacceptable. This is how this car is actually in real life. As much as this looks like it's a flaw, that's how it looks like in real life. If you look at the real life GT4 Mustang, that is how this livery is. Why they decided to do this, I have no idea. It doesn't look any better this way than it does the other way. I mean, that looks good too, and so does this. But like I said, I'm trying to emulate something that is in real life. I mean, luckily there's nothing on the roof that we have to do. Like I said, the only thing left that we have to do is the hood, and then put on a couple of stickers here and there. We have most of the stickers that are on this. I think the only thing that we're missing are the IMSA stickers. Which we can always replace with other stickers that we've got. We can, since we're not running the IMSA series in this car, in this game, we'll just replace those with FIA stickers. So let's do the last part of quote unquote design work we need to on this car, which is the hood. Once again, it's the same motif. It's the orange, that orange decal, and the white stripes. We'll do the same thing. Maybe we can get away with using a square this time. Nah, let's not use a square. Let's use this. Let's just use the same shit that we've been using. Let's use this white stripe. Change its color so we can see it, because now the whole car is white. Line with camera. Choose decal. We'll do that one. We'll change its color to our orange. And let's take a look really quick at the hood of this car. But we're messing with pretty much the same exact thing. I'm going to have the advantage because I'm going to actually have the car in my hand when we look at this. But the best picture I have right now of it that I can show you guys is this one. Give me a second. Let me switch back over to my desktop. And then turn that back on. And we'll take a look at this picture. We have the same thing going on here. We looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines that cut diagonally across the hood with a large orange wedge section, but then each one of these little sections looks like, you know, they get increasingly larger as the design progresses. But we want to get, I think the most important line we want to get is the line that we want to get this top line right. This line. And we want to get this line right. I mean, we'll use the white line here. On my model, it looks like it goes diagonally and ends right where the okay, I'm gonna have to I'm just gonna have to show you on the car. It's just gonna be hard to explain. The white line looks like it goes let's just use this. We'll just make it really big. So we know that it's going to be restrained. This might actually be trickier than I thought. It looks like this white line should be kind of like right there. Like it should end kind of in that area somewhere. And that will be the last white line. So let's see if we can mimic that. Color palette to white. We'll have to move. We're gonna have to move this layer underneath the orange layer so we can slip it up. And then slip another layer underneath of it. Just for shits and just so I can get this white line. We're gonna duplicate this very quickly and then change it to orange just so I know where it is. Let's move it up. Oops. So I want to move this layer in between. No. Shit. Where am I? Where am I in my design? Oh, wait, maybe we should move this layer to above that. There we go. And then we would have to add a white layer. Move this layer up here. And then we can move this layer up, maybe. Yeah, that'll work. So it does something like that. duplicate. And from this point on, it's just orange. You really could just use this one decal to go really just big. As long as it's not messing up on anything on the side. Yep, not interfering with anything on the side, so let's make that our last orange line. And then it looks like it goes from bigger to smaller from that point on. Alright, so let's finish editing that layer. That's that white layer there. Alright. And that should be an orange layer. And what we're looking for are 5 lines that that increasingly grow bigger. So, or 6 lines, whichever way you want to look at it. So let's I'm just trying to think about this, how this is going to continue to progress here, because it looks like we might have to do some fixing. This is probably the more challenging part, is trying to figure out how you're going to layer everything to do exactly what you want to do. So that layer just cuts that white. I mean, realistically, I could probably just, it's just the way that, you know, Gran Turismo or the livery editor handles shapes. I would probably just want to do white stripes going all the way across, but I really can't do that. Because it would just take a million pieces of white striped in order to do that. That's how stupid this like whole livery editing part of the program is. It's just really unintuitive and just really clunky. It really would benefit from kind of our overhaul. Please, Gran Turismo people, like, listen to us and like listen to the people that... Why is that? Is there another white layer there? Let's delete this layer and see what happens. Okay, that goes away. Those are those 2 layers. Maybe we want to create a layer below. We want to duplicate this layer. I wish I could duplicate it below, but it means I'm going to have to move it in hierarchy. So we just adjust the layer that's actually below it, which would mean that we're going to go backwards from where we started. So I'll do orange. I see it flashing there. So what happens when I move it? It's still... Oh my gosh, what is... Oh, do we have a white... Is there a white layer above? That's that layer, right? That's the one that's giving us our white line. Oh no, there's another white layer. Okay, well, it's fine. Where is our second landmark? Our second landmark doesn't... I think that first landmark might be just off just a tad bit. Yeah, it's off. I'm glad I spotted that right now before we start doing all this work here. So let's move this down. This needs to go down. This needs to keep on going down, I think. And then this, where are you? We want that line to be more like here. That's the first line. Okay. Where's this orange line here? Well, it's giving us that, but that doesn't really give us much. That means I can just move. This is already getting too complicated, and we're going to just simplify it. This is another example of simplifying your design so that it makes sense when and if you have to go back and do modifications. So we know that we have a white layer there. Shit. Oh, Christ. Let's move. Cancel it. Let's delete that one. Let's move this layer below this orange layer, or this white layer, so we can get, yeah, there we go. That's what we wanted to do. So we want that to be the top of our white line, so we'll make this one really big so that it fills that. And now we have that white layer, which we need to layer. We need to, since it's sitting on top of these, we need to add a layer on top of it. So let's duplicate this layer, and hopefully it will do what we want it to do. Yep, it's doing exactly what I want it to do. Let's make it so that it goes corner to corner. I'm going to take some artistic freedom, artistic liberty here, and we're going to move this so that it goes like I'm looking at the corner of the number plate right there, and I'm adjusting these layers so that we get a nice even. We want it to kind of be on both sides of that corner there, and not, there we go. I don't know if you're looking at the right thing, the thing that I'm looking at, but I'm looking at this corner here. See that? What I'm trying to do is trying to get this line, and it should be kind of like the same thickness of these lines. Let's see. I mean, yeah, it should be kind of like the same thickness. So the ones that we are using on the car are actually a little. This is what I'm talking about. I wish I was able to like match this exactly, but I can't. I have to just use what tools that I have. I mean, that looks more the speed that we're going at here. Okay, now all we have to do is 4 more lines. Let's, where are we? That's that one. We're going to work backwards. Okay, so what's this layer? Oh, that layer's this one. Okay, let's maybe I can delete this layer. If I can just make this one huge, oops. If I can just make this one huge decal, just make this whole process way less confusing, way less, and way less elements that I have to deal with. Yeah, okay. Good. I think this white line might be a little too thick. Oops, wrong layer. Once again, know where you are in your design. Just a tiny bit in. I mean, it's pretty close. I mean, it's kind of in between. I just wish I could do this a little bit more accurately. Doesn't even look like the orange is the right color, man. It's just, I don't know. Maybe it's just because it's being... Shit. No, that doesn't really do anything. I have to actually move this layer to get that thickness that I want. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna have to just live with that. That's close. All right. So let's duplicate this layer. Turn it white. And then I'm going to move it down. To maybe about... This is the second line, so it's got to be pretty wide. So just about, I mean, that looks pretty close to where we want to be. I mean, maybe like right there. Once again, I'm going to take some artistic liberty here. To do my thing. Now these lines should get increasingly closer to each other until we get a tiny sliver. This is going to look like it's going to go too big, but just trust me with what we're going to do here. We'll be able to get the design that we want out of this if we just keep on just laying the pancake layers. I think this third line should be definitely much closer together with this other line, but we got to make it kind of, we just want to make sure that it's still doing this gradient thing. Okay, and it looks like on the car itself, I'm just trying to make sure that this doesn't go too far down the hood. And that's going to tell me that my angle's all wrong. Remember, we've got 5 lines we want to deal with here, so where am I right now? Did I just move something? Shit. What is this layer? Crap. Doesn't look like it was doing anything. Just wish this whole process was just easier. But then that would just be too easy now, wouldn't it? Okay, now, okay, I see what we're doing. Duplicate. Give me that orange. Give me that orange. I'm gonna have to really be careful that we're not going too overboard here. Maybe we need to move this guy up just a little bit. Move this guy. Oh, nope, nope, nope. No, we don't want to do that. Cancel editing. We want to move this guy up just a little bit. Duplicate. Change it back to white. Move it on down the line. And this definitely is much closer. Let's see. Yeah, it lives a lot closer. Not too much closer, but definitely in a different area code as this other one. Alright, duplicate. And then orange. So fourth line, and this last line will be the fifth line. I mean, that's pretty darn close. Duplicate. Change back to white. Move it on down the road. Are we going too far down the hood? Yeah, this really shouldn't get this far down the hood. So something tells me that our angle isn't right. Fuck. You know, maybe I'm willing to live with it. No, I'm not. I am not willing to live with it. Let's just find out what was going wrong here. And it shouldn't take us too far to get. Let's go at that more of an angle like that, I think. We definitely want this whole shenanigan, all of these shenanigans to kind of start right there. Okay, so that was that layer. So we're going to delete all these layers again. Delete. Delete. Because remember, everything is based off of that one layer. Shit. Did we just erase it? No, we didn't. This is why I say, you know, economize your designs down to very, very basic large shapes, and you won't steer yourself wrong. Right, so let's start looking at it in the terms of this. Let's make, realistically, this should end before we get to this front headlight. Like, it should technically. I'm just looking at my model. It should end. It should end right where, if we were to draw an imaginary line from the edge of, see how the headlight here, see that little bit of shaped body panel that works into this contour here? We will definitely do not want anything to go beyond that point. Okay, so that is our end line for all of this to happen. That should be our boundary for this whole thing to happen. So what I can do to ensure that is maybe move this big layer down a bit, just to give us that line, which is, I think, is right there. And that looks pretty close. Let's see it flash again. It can go a little bit further lower. Flash again. There we go. So that looks good. So, in the terms of that, let's move this layer. We're just going to have to work backwards. So that's that layer, right? Decal color. Oh, no. Let's duplicate. No, wrong control. Duplicate. And I'm really sorry, guys. I was really hoping to get this done and so we could do both cars, but it's just not going to happen. I know I've been sitting here pussyfooting around with this one, but you know, I'm trying to make you guys good, if not better than I am at this. So maybe you guys, I really would love to see if you guys think, you know, if you guys really dig this, or you're really finding this helping in your livery designs, please, I would love to see the work that you do. You know, so we can all, you know, benefit from this whole series. I mean, I don't want this just to be something that I do. That, you know, I'm hoping that I'm giving you guys some knowledge to do this yourself. And I would love to see, you know, stuff that you do. Really. You know, I want this to be kind of, you know, I want this to be something that we can all share together. You know, we all exist in the same world, so I mean, you know, why not make the fun for everyone? This is going to be much easier to kind of do it this way. That's far more accurate. That looks much better. Okay. So, duplicate. And like I said, I hope this really, you know, inspires some of, and maybe that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to inspire you guys to share kind of this experience with me. You know, I think if you're gonna race, you should definitely know how to design your own car. You know, you got, like I said, if you don't want to do daily races, this is a great way to just still be playing Gran Turismo, but not really be playing Gran Turismo. It's just a different part of it. You know, and there's a whole social side to this thing. And then I honestly probably use this more than I do the racing side and the social side. You know, this is, if you're looking to get like more friends in Gran Turismo, this is the perfect way to do it. If you want to make use of that whole social side of, you know, GT, I hate to say it, but people don't look at the posts that don't have any pictures. People really don't care about the posts that don't have any pictures. It's just, we've become a visual community, or a visual audience, and if you're not representing yourself with some sort of picture, no one's ever going to notice you. That's why YouTube is so damn popular. Decal color is orange. Those are 3 lines. Okay. I'll move it down the line. You know, I really would love to see what everyone else comes up with. I don't care how terrible you think it is. I mean, I think half of mine are terrible. I think most of mine are terrible, but you know, I'm always willing to kind of like work at it and try to make myself a better. Just like the racing, you know, I want to make myself, you know, better at something. You don't do that by just talking about it. You gotta actually, you know, go do it. I want to come off sounding harsh, but just saying that I can't do it and never trying it doesn't work in my book. You've got to at least try it to see, and do it, try it a bunch of times, and if you're bad at it, you're bad at it. But you should at least try it before you say that's something that you're not interested in. I don't think this is going to line up exactly how I want it, but I don't care at this point. 1, 2, 3. You know, give it a whack, man. Before you say, oh, I can't do it. It's too hard. Dude, I'm a moron and I can do this shit. If I can do this, you can totally do this. I'm a idiot that just happens to know how to work with this fucking part of the car, the game. I never professed to be a professional at doing livery editing or even making race car designs. You know, I gave it a good old college try, and it just happens to be something that I can do. Maybe it's because I've been playing instruments my whole life, and you know, I got Asian kid, and I'm an Asian kid, so I got, we'll say I was whenever I said I couldn't do something, my parents did not accept that at all. My parents were like, well, did you try to do it? You know, I'm not going to say what happened afterwards when I said no. I'm just going to say that I was brought up like an Asian child is brought up. I'm not going to make any kind of accusations. I love my parents, turned out fine. But let's say that Asian parents will always push you beyond your limit using methods that might not be acceptable in the modern world. And I'm not condoning it. I'm not saying that I would do it myself, but that shit worked on me. Now, whenever I try to do something that I say I can't do, I always at least, you know, I won't accept it until I actually give it a whack. When I fail, then I fail, and I say I tried. At least I had the experience of trying and the knowledge that I couldn't do it when I did try to work off of. That's pretty close. Like I said, it's not what I probably would personally have done had I been rearing a child, but it's the way my folks got it done, and this shit worked. Sorry. You know? And I love my parents dearly. But I sure as hell would not try to question their authority. Okay, that looks like it's that's pretty damn close to how we want it to go. I mean, it's not absolutely accurate, but it's doing the thing. Sorry, God, that's overdriving so bad. Hold on, give me a second. Let me just lower the volume. It's doing what I kind of wanted to do. Just want to make sure that I have 5 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 white lines. Yes. I mean, it's approximately what the design aesthetic that I'm going for is. So another thing, and I don't think I went over this in the other, especially in the camel livery for the Tenza. we never went over this, but there, if you notice on this car, let me just do this real quick so we can zoom in on it. If we notice on this car, it also has a couple safety features worked in here. I believe that is either fuel shut off or like electrical shut off for like an emergency. And there should be these warning stickers kind of around this area for this particular part. So we didn't do it. I actually added it to the Atenza afterwards. I actually did another sticker that I think when we finished the Atenza, I was looking at it last night and I was looking at the roof is in particular just didn't look perfect to me. And I'll show you what I did to add to it. I think it was, and I later uploaded it later on last night, and I think I put a note on it. But it's kind of the icing on the cake for that design. But that was this is one of the stickers that we didn't put on that we should have been putting on. And that's another thing, is you want to kind of address all of the hooking, excuse me, all these hooks on the car. Those are all the tow hooks. It might be apparent to you and whatever, but like in a time of emergency, that's what the crews will be looking for, are stickers showing where safety features on the car are to tow the car out or whatever. We didn't. I think we put it on Jared's car. We tried to do it to the Atenza, but it seemed like the only spot that I could freely do it was the rear. I mean, realistically, the one on the front would probably be kind of like crooked and to the side. But you're gonna want to like pay attention to stuff especially if you want to make your livery look real, like it should be like intentionally like real, or it's something that someone would use in real life. Sorry, that was just a stupid sentence. But you're gonna want to like address stuff like that, little features that you can put decals on. I think you can buy those decals with mileage points. I just downloaded ones that looked better. And I also like them as being one decal, so I can just move both of them around. Generally, probably the teams would kind of just slap those on. I've seen cars where, especially the one that I built, looked like there was one team, and I placed this decal wrong on my actual model, because this kit came with these two decals, but the one source picture I looked at had the decals on the inside of the car, and it looked like, and that's where I placed them. And after I looked at it, I was like, wait a minute, why are those there on this one car? And they look like they just slapped on inside this one car, but these other cars, they're on the hood here. It turns out I think they were in between races, and maybe they probably tore them off, and that's where they put them. And so that's where I put them on my model, and it was like totally stupid when I looked at it. I was like, oh man. But you learn that shit later on in life. So the only other real thing that we need to stick on this hood is a Ford sticker, which is on the real car. It has a Ford sticker on the front end. So we're gonna do the same thing, just to keep with the fashion that we're trying to emulate a car that exists in real life. And it's this symbol, I believe, is right like here, about this size. I mean, that looks close enough. But what we're going to add to this design, because I don't like this big whiteness here, what I'm going to add to this is the Motorcraft decal. And we have a nice one. A very, very nice one, which we might have to do some doctoring to in order to match the color and the dimensions of this one. Sorry, I'm just thinking. I just don't know. I can't remember where we were looking at it earlier. And like I said, man, if any of you guys out there are following this along or trying to make your own design, I really would like to see, you know, what you guys come up with. I'm always in that store part of the game, like just looking at stuff, you know. I can spend hours in there looking at like the work that people have done. This is the one we want. So I can already tell we're going to have to probably use 2 of these guys because the Motorcraft is the wrong color because we want that black because we want that to kind of match. I do like the Ford Motorcraft or Ford Motor Company part. You know what? We might not have to change the color because I just want the Motorcraft to be black. That's the only thing I'm asking for. We make the Motorcraft pretty big. This isn't on the scale model once again because if it were, then it would get obscured completely by air. At least the one that I built would get completely obscured by. Oh, I can't change the color of this one. Well, that's interesting. That means that we're gonna have to do some masking. The one that I have that I built, there are air exhaust vents here, which on this car it looks like it's tiny, and I think on the Group 3 car they're probably larger, but this car will allow us to do this little fun thing. Finishing adding a layer, then we'll just add a layer above, and we'll get rid of that Motorcraft. We'll line with the camera just for the shits and giggles. We'll choose a decal. Nope, we don't want to use that. We will use one of these. And we'll make this big so it obscures all of that. Then we will take our other Motorcraft. And as you notice, a lot of these like multicolor, some of these multicolor decals that you'll download from the shop won't allow you to change the color. What I was planning to do was just to change the color of the whole decal to black, but since the Motorcraft and the Ford Motor Company part are in 2 different colors, I think the creator of the decal restricted it so that you can't change the color for it. Maybe I don't know why, but you know, people got their reasons, and you know, that isn't a big deal. We can just do the same thing that we did to kind of modify this decal to work for our purposes. So we'll take our red Motorcraft here and we'll change it. This decal will let us change the color of it to black. And then we'll take it and just put it in the same spot. Just gonna make sure it's straight. I mean, that looks pretty straight. Yeah. I'm just looking at the O and the A, seeing if they line up, and I don't want to make it too much bigger than this line, because I think this line is supposed to it's like an accent line, so we don't want to mess it up too much. Like I said, this sticker isn't on the actual car. We're just gonna take some artistic freedom and just throw it on there just because we have the space. Fuck it. You know, that's my way of making it mine. This now is pretty much finished. I mean, this needs like a couple more stickers. But there's nothing that we have to really design at this point. We just have to start putting stuff on piecemeal here. Let's add layer. Nope, we don't want to go to the hood. We want to go to the body, and then we want to add layer from this point to the front. There are 2 Motul stickers. I believe they have Motul on here. Do they? Yeah, we do. They have 2 Motul stickers. another great fluid company. Motul oil is fantastic. They make a formula for my car that I was a Motul guy for a long time. I still am. I just happen to use Livery right now because I don't know. Those Motul stickers they're kind of big and centered in the middle here. Let's move this up and then just make it straight as we can. Let's make it just a little bit, not too big. Maybe I'll just want to make them kind of like that. There we go. We'll put it kind of in the middle, and then we'll just duplicate on the reverse. Boom. We need to put the tow hook. Let's address the tow hook. Once again, we'll align with the camera because we don't want it to bend too much. I'm going to actually use one of these shapes here because I like this better. We'll take that one. And we'll change its color to red. And then we'll take it and we'll transform it. We won't put a toe or anything on it. It doesn't need that much. But we will definitely put it like right here. And then this car also has a Michelin sticker on the front bumper that sits here between the headlight and the air dam, which those two stickers should be in here. And then we'll also do this to the side as well. I think it's this sticker. And it's kind of angled like this. And it's definitely smaller. But it follows along kind of the contour there of that. So we can do like that. And then move it further down. And I mean, that's pretty close. It's pretty close. Let me just look at my model here. Yeah, it looks like this sticker might actually line up more like here. Once again, these are probably stickers that the team probably just slapped on. This car is probably, you know, vinyl white. And these stickers may have been these decals may have been added later on. You know, that's another part. Is you want to kind of give your car a story. I mean, it's, you know, you're kind of giving your car, you know, a character and a story. You know, it just adds to the realism. We're going to be missing a couple stickers on the front end because it has like an IMSA sticker and then like another couple of stickers that look like, I think it's dark in my room and I could probably should turn on the light, but let me just look at my pictures here real quick. Give me a second. Yeah, there's one sticker that I think we might be able to find in the... No, it looks like it's an IMSA sticker, so we'll just make something up. We'll just add a different sticker in its place, which is fine. You know, we're not running an IMSA race we're not running this car in IMSA races. We're running them in FIA races. So maybe just to alleviate all of that, we'll just to make it everything simpler, we'll just put an FIA sticker up there. I like this one. We can just put an FIA sticker right in the front there. I mean, it looks like it's center. I'm using the reasoning that it pops stuff in on the center to justify that. The same thing goes for the rear. The rear gets like has an IMSA racing sticker back there, but we don't have that sticker, and we don't run IMSA races. What also needs to happen on the sides are we need to put a VP racing sticker on the rear, I believe. Because the actual team is sponsored by them. Let me look at my source photo again. But I'm pretty sure there's a VP Racing Fuels sticker back there. Yeah, there is, and there's another Michelin sticker. We've got both of those, so we can deal with that. There's actually a Michelin Man on this car, so let's go get the VP sticker. Pretty sure I've seen one in here. Maybe oh, we don't have a VP Racing sticker. Did we download one? I thought we did. No, I guess not. All right, let's take a visit over to the livery store. Once again, I wish I didn't have to go out of this mode in order to go to the livery store. I shouldn't need to go over. I shouldn't need to get out of this mode to do that. What we can place are... God, I wish my roommates weren't so loud. But my other roommate, you can almost, when he lived upstairs, you could hear him all the way downstairs when he left. There is this sticker back here that we need to do. The VP sticker will go behind. We'll go behind that rear wheel, or in front of, or whatever. You'll see what I'm going to put it. And then we're going to duplicate that on reverse, so we can just do that. Okay, so we're going to save this out right now as Motorcraft Group 3. We'll just save. Done. Save. Colored shit. We might as well just mess with this right now. We'll make it a 2-color type because it's only 2 colors, which is white, and then we'll make the orange the other color. Maybe we'll do 3 type. We'll do white, orange, and black. There we go. Save as. Let's see how many different versions. We'll just deal with that later. I mean, I would put the IMSA stickers on there, but it just doesn't, I'm also thinking of the reality of the world that you're racing in my over-imaginative imagination. And, it just seems out of place to put a racing series that we're not actually competing in there. It just seems odd. I mean, you could do whatever you want. It's your livery. For what I'm trying to achieve, it thematically does not work. So we want to go to Discover. And, you know, as long as this series is going to last, I don't know how much of this you guys like. We'll always go into like this little livery thing just for everyone that, or decal, custom decal. This decal store, quote unquote, and always shop for stuff. VP Racing Fuels. I like this one better. I just think this one looks cleaner. Let's see if anyone's got any better ones. Ooh, that one's nice. From Bougie Boy Travis. And he's an American, so he knows about VP Racing Fuels. But I like the ones that come from Japan. Let's add this to the collection. Okay, we'll use this one. Let's go back to our livery because this stupid editor is just, oh my god, so frustrating. So many button presses I have to get anything done in this damn thing. So let's add layers to the left, to the left, to the left. It should show up pretty high up because it looked like it wasn't made. Too late. It was only made like a couple weeks ago, it looks like. And then this sticker, I think is smaller. Let's see. Okay, it's just below the wheel. It's just below the reflector here. That's where I have it on my model. And then we'll just give it a little bit of an angle. We'll make it big enough that anyone... That's pretty big. Let's see, let's just give it... some loving attention. We'll make it big enough so that the sponsor is happy when they see it on the car. Nope. Let's duplicate this in reverse. So now it's there. So that is pretty much it. There is another sticker that's supposed to go up here that says GT4 up in this area of the car. I'm going to use that area to actually put my logo, I think, and then we'll probably put it in the rear here as well. I do want to give it the FIA treatment back here as well because that's what is back here. Let's also give it a tow hook back here. So we're going to add a layer to the rear. Choose decal. We'll use the same arrow that we had in the other one. This one. Make it smaller. And then we'll flip it like so. And highlight our friend the tow hook back here. Decal color is red. This one might actually be better if we do this. Let's finish adding new decal. Let's replace it with this other one. This one. Okay. And then let's add, let's duplicate. And then let's replace this one. You'll see what I'm doing here in a second with our other one that we just used. And then let's change its color to red. Like that. You see what I'm going with this? And then let's just make it smaller. Just to give Since that orange is so close to our red, no one's going to be able to see that if they're trying to tow the car out like quickly. So let's make it easy enough so that our friends that are towing the car out can see this. This might not be the best way to do this, because this one layer is above this other layer, so we'll just put that underneath. So now we can take this layer and manipulate like the way we want without having to worry about it spilling over. There we go. Very simple. Right? Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, so let's add. Wow, this is really going to take up to 4 hours. Well, at least we did one livery in 4 hours, which tells you guys that you can do this in 4 hours. I mean, there's no reason why you can't do this in 4 hours. Something that is this simple, and your designs don't have to be that complicated to be good. They just need to be good. You know, some of the best designs out there, like the Martini livery sign, or design, or probably the simplest one is the Golf car. It's so simple. It's probably one of the most simple designs that you can slam onto a car. But it's one of the most iconic, and that's why, because everyone remembers what it looks like. It's super, super simple. That did not come in on center. It was supposed to. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Let's try. Oh wait. Let's do align with the camera, and let's do one of the bigger ones. We'll do this black one, because it'll stick out. That looked like it came in on center. So maybe we'll do the FIA on the right side. And we will put my logo just to the right of that. Like I said, I'm trying to not make it so that my logo sticks out that bad, but I do want to put a signature on everything. You might want to do the same thing. I don't know. You know, I don't even know if you guys have the ability to. I don't know if you guys have stickers. Like I said, I'm just lucky enough that I live with a graphic designer that could make me one. And that's what I did. You know, use the resources that are around you. Let's see if we can get this one to behave the way we want it to behave. This is always the fun part. How are you going to mess me up today? I don't really care about the color right now, just trying to get a good size for this decal. I need to actually go through and really build this asset so I don't have to do this every single damn time. Alright. No, that's not what I want. I want something more like that. I want this to be white. I'm just thinking of a way how to construct this so that I don't have to use a bunch of layers. Not like I really have to worry about it at this point, because I've well under layer count right now. Once again, I don't want anything above this layer, because that's the one I'm messing with. How am I going to get that line below? We'll just add layer rear. This way, anyone that downloads this livery smooth that below will know who made it. Gotta take credit for what I've done, right? How am I gonna get that black line though? I guess I can just waste decals at this point. Duplicate layer. It's not gonna kill anyone. This I'm at 67 layers, so, and that goes to show. I mean, how uncomplicated this design is, but it's a nice design because, you know, it's simple. It's really simple. We're literally, this is like the 68th layer that we're using, and now, like I said, I'm just wasting layers at this point. I don't care. I know I've already gotten most of my design. I already have most of my design, so there's no reason for me not to go like hog wild and shit now. All right, I can do whatever I want, as of I know that where did it go? There it is. Because I've already met with my layer count. So, I mean, however back-asswards way I want to fix these stupid black lines, I can do that now. Probably didn't need to duplicate and reverse because I just want to make it small and just fill. This is just a fill layer. It's just a fix it layer. So it doesn't have to be even. It doesn't have to be whatever. It just needs to be whitened and do things like that. The problem is when I come to wanting to have to move this decal around, I'm going to have to manipulate a bunch of layers. You know, if you're going to do something like this, just make sure that, you know, once you get to this point and you start going hog wild on layers, just make sure that you don't have to duplicate it anywhere. Because it's just going to become a pain in the ass. Like I said, your base design should be very simple, simply put together, so that you don't have to do too much in order to get it to do your will. And like I said, I don't think anyone ever looks at this shit, so. But it's the tiny details that really matter, right? I don't even know if I like all that shit. I think I would just get rid of it all. I might just keep my... Yeah, fuck it. Let's just make it easy. No reason to overcomplicate this thing. Let's just delete all these layers. And we just have my tag. Sometimes the easy solution is the best solution. I think I'm happy with that. There's not much else going on the rear of this car. I mean, we've really hit all of the points that we needed to. I'm just taking another look around the car just to make sure we haven't missed anything, but it looks like we've hit. Oh, you know what? We need to add to the rear, we need to add the number sticker. I have it on the left side on this one. I've seen it mostly on the right side. I guess it really doesn't matter just as long as you have your number back there. And shit, align with the camera. Oh no, you know what? We're gonna align this with surface. This would be some cheap number sticker that whatever company is. It looks like it goes like right here, and it's pretty big, but it's kind of centered over that tailpipe there. And then, like I said, where the GT4 sticker is missing, we will add my decal as like a little, just an accent. You know? Just so people know where this livery came from. Shit, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to duplicate that on reverse. So that's now on both sides. Like I said, there should be a GT4 sticker that goes there, but it doesn't seem like there's... I don't think it's in the... I don't want to go searching for it, and, you know, honestly, we can just do without it. It's pretty darn... That's pretty good, if I don't say so myself. That's pretty darn close. There is one other decal that goes up here in the A-pillar, and I think it's an IMSA sticker. Let's look at the source file here real quick. Yeah, there is one sticker. I'll show you. Windows. Killing me, Windows. It's this sticker right here. This sticker and this Ford sticker, which we'll address now. This looks like it is like a 50th anniversary sticker for IMSA. Let's zoom in on it real quick and see what it looks like. Wow, this... Wow, there's some real... I have to really look at what my airbrush settings are at. Yeah, it looks like an anniversary sticker. It's amazing how many flaws you see in your designs after, or at least your models when you blow it up. Like, this is terrible. Wow, that's really bad. Those look like IMSA stickers that we could probably change with another sticker. We can take some artistic liberties with that as well. So maybe I should make the FIAs match too. Maybe we should just change that to the one in the front. Let's change that one to a black one because we use a black one in the rear, and this one's blue. Oh shit, wrong one. Yeah, that's better. Okay. So we've taken that liberty, and then let's address this one sticker that should be on the A pillar, on the rear A pillar. Just trying to figure out what sticker I want to put back there. I mean, we could put another FIA decal there. Maybe we can put the one fancy one that we wanted to put on there. I mean, it would still kind of be in the same vein as of what is going on the real car, which is like a little sticker commemorating the 50th anniversary of IMSA. So since we're racing in the FIA series, it would just make sense to have it be an FIA sticker, right? Let's see if we can get... This is the part I've not been looking forward to. Let's see if we can get the two Ford stickers to behave themselves on the rear wing. If I can't, then that's just going to be, you know, it's going to be the end of the video. Let's address that now. Let's try to get those two Ford stickers onto the rear wing in the last 15 minutes of this stream. Or it looks like we got 3 minutes left, but it's not like there's a show waiting behind me to start running, so I do want to kind of keep this down to, I know 4 hours is really long, but I would rather you guys kind of go through this whole video rather than going through a bunch of smaller videos to get to all this information. If that makes any sense. Oh my gosh, dude, I cannot stand how it does that. How can I get it to not do that? It's so stupid. Why does it do that? Oh my gosh. God, I hate this part of the car. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. Verify work area. Okay, I'm verifying the work area. Why even give us these options? Do I have to select a camera? I've never done that before. I swear, it's just like so... It is so frustrating, this thing. So incredibly... Why do you do that? And what's funny is if, like... I mean, what would make sense is if I put a black decal underneath of that it should cover that up. But watch what happens when I try to put a black decal underneath of it. Put a layer below. Rear left ring. Choose protection mat. We'll do this guy. See, it still doesn't cover it. It just adds it to the rest of the craziness that's happening. It's so dumb. All right, well, let's try. Let's try covering it up. I shouldn't have to do this. This is what I'm talking about, how broken Gran Turismo is in this sense. It's like super broken. There's no way that they put this whole system together not knowing that it's going to do this crazy shit. Like, how do I fix that? Like, there's no way to fix that. Oh my god, it's so... Why even allow me? How are you expecting people to use that function if it's broken? It's so... Oh, it makes me so mad. And that's not even like a decal that's like strange. It's something that came with the game. Like it should behave itself. I could understand if it was something that someone custom made, why it would do something like that, but it just does not ever. I've never been able to get it to behave itself. No matter what camera I choose, no matter what, let's see if I do rear roof wing. Projection method, we'll do align with the camera again. We'll choose the decal, we'll go to forward. Now it knows that I'm dealing with that side. Oh my gosh. Add decal, rear left wing, select camera, roof, choose decal, Ford brand. Do I have to move it? Do I have to move it to the side in order to work? And then flip it, maybe? But then that doesn't make any sense. It's like, I don't get it. And the worst thing is they don't give you any instructions on how to do any of this. It's just so stupid. It's a dumb, broken game, and they need to fix it. And this has always kind of been the case for this part of the car. It's like, you know, it's a problem that's been a part of this game for like years. And it's like, and it's fine because realistically, I can cover that stuff. It's this stuff that I'm worried about. It's like, look at that. It looks terrible. Yet they don't give you any way of fixing it. So it's so dumb. And that would be the finishing touch. Like if we wanted to make the exact replica, it should have 2 Ford stickers on the end there. But I can't because this game is stupid. This function in this game is terrible, and they don't care about it. They really don't. They really just do not care about it. If they cared about it, they would have fixed it by now. But it's literally been a problem in the game for years, and they just don't address any of it. They just expect everyone to work with whatever they give you, or with whatever they give you, and it's just like that's what you get. You know, that's stupid, man. It's really unacceptable. You know, along with all the stupid penalties and, you know, and the terrible user interface, like, I don't know who is designing this game, but it seems like the only thing they really and I know it's the main focus of the game is the racing part. But, and I get that. I totally get that it's a racer. That's what its main purpose is. That's what it's meant to do, right? And it does that very well. It does it better than most games do. But if you're going to include parts like this in the game, this should fucking work. Sorry to use harsh language, but it's the truth. If you're going to put a livery editor in the game, it should fucking work. And if you've watched enough of this series, you'll know that it works, but you have to fucking wrestle with it. I'm sorry, I'm like really cursing a lot, but it's like, this is something that I deal with on a daily basis, and it drives me absolutely nuts. Especially with like trying to even use something as simple as the menu, which is so back-asswards. I don't know who out there thinks the menu that it comes in the game is a great design, but it's awful. Like in the sense of like trying to find shit, it's terrible. There are people that don't even know that this livery editor exists because of the back-asswardness of the menu system in this game. So with all the negativity out, this is our design. We pulled it off in 4 hours in one stream, and this is pretty damn close. If not, it's not accurate. It's not completely accurate, but it's as close as to government work as we can get. It would be cool if I could put the damn Ford logos on the end caps there, but apparently I just cannot do that without it just distorting. So I just slam it in the middle of the spoiler there, and it should be, whatever. Anyhow, I was hoping that we could get this onto both the cars, just to give the group, the Mustang drivers options. We'll do the same thing on tomorrow's car. It'll be a continuation. And for anyone that is a fan of this livery, I just want to give them options to see how the process of your livery, how what we had to go through in order to get your car looking as good as this. So, with that being said, let us go ahead and upload this and share it. We're finished. Just make sure everything is true and straight as much as I can get it, with as stupid as a system as this is. Maybe I should move this 32 just a little bit so that's a little bit more like there. Maybe we can make it smaller so it doesn't go too much over there. That looks right. I mean, that looks good. Okay. All right. Let us share this car. And tomorrow's episode, we'll be making the Group 4 Motorcraft car. Or maybe we can do another livery for this car. I just wanted to illustrate to you guys how easy, simple design. Let's look at our count for decals. I want to say it's like it's 60. Yeah, it's 68. Along with the 17 that we put on the hood, and the one stupid one that we could fit on the rear. This is still well under the 300 decal limit that we have. But it's a really, really cool looking design, right? It looks like it's a lot more work than it actually was. I slammed this together in 4 hours, using the rudimentary tools that I have at my disposal. And I was able to make it happen without too much of a hassle. And I'm happy with it. I'm really, really happy with it. I'm hoping that other people the people that drive the Fords, the Mustangs in FIA will enjoy having this. And then if you at home want to download this, just become my friend on, on Gran Turismo and find me. I'm Kaboom operator there too. Find me and download this and share it with your friends that are also Motorcraft fans. So let's throw it on the store and we'll take a picture of it in motion. Just make it specific for anyone that's looking for it. It is called the Group 3 Ford Mustang. The Motorcraft Group GR.3 Ford Mustang. If you want to download it, that's what it'll be known as in the store. So, and then let me save it. I already did the work for the color chit, and I will share it. And for anyone that wants to, we're going to go ahead and put it onto my Group 3 car, or my Group 4 car. Like I said, I'm a Porsche driver, so I'll never probably ever drive this car. I mean, I might. I may drive it. I'll drive it just so I can do a race photo with it or something. Actually, I don't. I'm just going to put it in Escape. And I don't think we did the Escape photos. So let's put this into the Escapes photo thing. And I'll show you how to do pictures in Escapes. And I'm going to share it. It's going to be open to all. And the keywords we'll give it are Motorcraft. Not Motor Raft, Motorcraft. And we'll keep this simple, Ford. Mustang. And we'll put replicas. And we'll put a little text on where people can find this. Or find the video for this. We created this. Livery. Live. On. During. Today's live stream. Live stream. Watch it live. Well, I guess you can't watch it live. Watch the replay. And catch us live from, if you guys are also running a YouTube station or a YouTube channel, it really behooves you to, and I keep on using the word behooves, but it's like one of my favorite words. It really would behoove you to really use this functionality in Gran Turismo. You'd be surprised about how big of an outreach you can reach with this social platform. It might seem stupid compared to all of the other options you have in real life, but it really does work. I regularly get people watching my channel from all of these shout outs I do in this part of the game. So that's another thing that that no one ever says. It's like how really important this function is, or it can be, and it can be really useful, but they just don't highlight it at all. It's like you have to dig under like 4 different like layers to get to, just that. It's like, come on, man, really? Why isn't that just there on the side? Why is this? And I always ask, I was, me and my roommate, like I said, he does like web design and design period and just UI design. And he just got this game and he was like, where do you race at? Where do you race at? How do you know where to race? Unless you've been playing the game for a long time, that doesn't look like a place where you should be racing. It's like, I don't know. Like I said, it's clean. I will give him that. It's clean. It's a very clean layout. But it doesn't tell me anything. It doesn't tell me where things are. It's really bad. Really, really bad. Super unintuitive. Not really well made. It's just like it's like a throwaway part for them, and they just don't care about. They really don't care about, how effective it is. They just put it there because it looks pretty. Whether or not it works right or not, it's just totally secondary to their purposes. It's just really, for a game that has such great graphics and such a big following, and like, and honestly is as powerful, that the livery editor is very, very powerful, but you have to know how to use it, and they don't give you any kind of like That's why I'm making this series, because there is literally nothing else out there that tells you how to do this shit. You know, I mean, the reason why I'm making this series is because there isn't any other resource. There, I mean, there might be someone that does other livery videos. I haven't run into any. And maybe they just lost steam because, I don't know. I don't know why they would lose steam. It's really frustrating to know that this functionality is in the game, but it just gets completely overlooked. All right, so what we're doing is we're now working in escapes. I like to use Laguna Seca a lot. I'm not going to get too in depth with this. This is what I was talking about yesterday with the panning shots. I'm going to turn it on so that it seems like the car is in motion, but I definitely don't want the car to be blurry. So we're going to put like at 82 miles per hour, which is probably would be realistically how fast this car would be going down the corkscrew. We're gonna give it, and you'll see what happens with the panning. We want to give it 100% tracking ratio so that it will follow the car 100%. And we're not going to put too many effects on this thing because we don't want to. We'll go over that. If you guys were really kind of curious about, this end of the thing, we can go into camera school and I can teach you guys. Camera school kind of stuff. Let's do a vignette. Let's do a vignette just so we can center. So the center of attention is the car. We just want a little bit of drop off on the side so that no one's looking at this dirt and the rest of the track. We're not seeing the panning effect until we press the shoot button. So everything looks pretty right on. Just give it a little bit more sun. That would be through EV correction, and I'm keeping my f-stop at 16 because I want it to be crisp when it makes the move. So we hit the shoot button, and that looks good. That looks good enough for our purposes. So I just use this for advertisement purposes once again. We're going to share just so that people know that I've downloaded this or I've uploaded this. Is just another avenue that you need to exploit once you do put your livery up. It will send a shout out, obviously with the livery, but the other end of the image part of this game is the photos. So you should definitely, if you want to really spread a livery that you've done around, you want to make sure that you take at least one picture of it and put it up and post it. If you really want to spread it, do multiple photos. Motorcraft Ford. And you want to put pertinent message, new livery. Once again, if you want to grow, available for my gallery. If you really want to grow your friend base in this game, this is pretty much the best way to do it. People want to be able to, like in real life, take shit from you. They don't want to associate with you unless they know they can take shit from you. And if you have nothing to offer them except for words, no one's going to friend you. I'm not saying that's the only reason why people become friends with you in GT4 or Gran Turismo Sport, but this is a good way of making lots of friends. You have to give them free shit. So from new available to download from my gallery. And once again, I'll put like an ad for my YouTube channel. My gallery. Watch its creation. I would just watch my design process for this car. Once again, I'm seeding my audience on my YouTube channel. Gotta use all the avenues that I have to advertise myself. Channel at www. I'm glad you guys can be part of my spamming the internet. Wider. I know I like to. It's like an anvil of spam that you're gonna have to deal with when you're friends with me. But this is, I dig doing YouTube, so hopefully you guys dig it too. And that's it. We are done. Everything's uploaded. We probably should start getting likes rolling in pretty soon here. If you don't believe me with the whole friend thing and liveries and these pictures, last night I had like 15 people. I think I had like 4 new friends added themselves to my thing after I loaded the camel car. I would show you in my history, but I can't because there's no way of doing that. You know what I'll show you? What I will show you is the small change that I made in the livery. That I think really, really puts the icing on the cake. If you do want to download it, it's not the first one that we made. You want to look for version 2. What I added was the emergency stickers. I put them corresponding to where, excuse me, that part on the car is. See those 2 little red hoops right there? I tried to put it as much as I could around them, but whatever. You know, just as long as the emergency crews can see where that sticker is, then whatever. And then this one, the taste. See this, the taste underneath of the camel. Without it, it looked so. We'll show you it. Without it, it looks so empty. And I was trying to figure out. I was like, why does that look so empty? You know, it just didn't look right. I just kept on looking at it. I was like, there's something really, really missing here. And I noticed that I had this, the taste decal, this one, just sitting there, and it was from a camel ad. And it really does like finish it off. It's such a small detail, but it's enough that it now the whole roof feels like it's got its own treatment, right? Now the whole roof flows. Without it, it just looks like it just stops at it abruptly stops as soon as the camel's shadow is gone. Let's take a look at it again without it. All right, without it, it just looks blank. It honestly just looks incomplete without it. Right? So add it again. Show layer. And that's it with it. Where the taste almost acts like a border, and it ends everything. I don't know, that's just my idea. This is my design sense there. This livery got a ton of likes. I think it was at like, I want to say it was like a 10 or 12 likes after one day. It takes a little while. I mean, I only have 29, 30 friends at this point. Which that means like a third of my friends, which weren't a third of my friends, actually liked it. Most of the likes came from outside sources, friends I don't have, and then people will do something, they'll just repost it, and I honestly think there are people out there that just live to repost shit on Gran Turismo. No. But like it'll get reposted. Like this will probably get reposted. The one that we just did will probably get circulated here pretty soon. Sometimes it takes some time for the network to catch up to you, and sometimes it doesn't immediately. But yeah, I mean, definitely use all these tools if you are trying to become, better at, or trying to grow your popularity on the platform. Definitely these tools are probably the best tools to use. No one's going to watch your race replays unless they're really, really good. Sorry. I mean, unless you're the creme of the crop. And that's probably the reason why I don't do the daily race videos, because I know I'm not the creme of the crop when it comes to racing. There are guys that are way better than I am, that are far more entertaining to watch racing. There is no one out there that is, I don't think, doing this content. So whether or not it catches on or not is just a completely different story. But I'm hoping that if there's someone out there, or there are a few of you out there that are really, kind of curious about this whole process, you can watch these videos, and there'll be a decent reference for you to start your own designs. With that being said, let's end today's stream. Tomorrow we will continue with this Motorcraft theme, with the Group 3 car. And I think that's that. We will take a look at the Group 3 car tomorrow. I kind of really want to do another Motorcraft design for that car. We'll see. I mean, plans might change. But since we know how to tackle this car, and we've kind of done the R&D on this car and how to execute this design properly, maybe we'll do it on the Group 4 car. But otherwise, it's really good looking. It's a good looking car. I mean, I wouldn't have kept it if it wasn't good looking, obviously, but I really do love this design. I mean, it's so basic. Look, I've already got a like on that thing. I just posted it, and I'm already getting likes on it. It's such a clean design. It's such a simple, clean design with a really basic premise behind it. But it does its job very well, and it's stood the test of time. That's the most important part, is it sticks with you. I literally remember the IMSA car, and then when I bought this model for this car, that's immediately what I thought of. Was like, this would be cool if it was the Motorcraft car. Maybe it's because I have a good memory and I just remember shit like that. But it's a memory that's been with me for 20 years, 30 years. It's something I remember from my childhood, and it was enigmatic enough that I remember it now, and I remember, the basis of it, and it means that the design did its job. It is a memorable car that, other cars like Jeff Gordon's DuPont car. I mean, I'll never forget what that thing looks like. It might take some memory to jog exactly what it looks like, but I know, it's the Rainbow Warrior car. I mean, how could you not know what that is? just like the Martini cars. It's like those designs are so they're just so poignant, and they are like the epitome of what good design is. You know, it's something that people are going to walk away and remember, and hopefully sell product. I'm sure Motorcraft Ford probably sold tons of stuff when this car raced, and it probably helped them sell parts. I know they had like a drag racing, division, that were all themed like this. So I mean, take it for what it is. But I mean, it just shows, it just illustrates how a really, really simple design. Your car designs don't have to be a million decals and have gradients all over the place or swoopy lines. All it has to do is catch your eye and be simple enough that people are going to remember it later on. That's all you really want. That's all you really, really want, With that being said, I'm going to end the stream. I hope that I was a good part of your day. I'm really, really glad you were a part of my day. And if you want to watch more content from me, tune in tomorrow. We do this regularly between 3 and 7 p.m. I'm always here 3 to 7, or somewhere around 3 to 7 p.m. Every day, Pacific Standard Time. I hope you guys have gone out and voted. I hope everyone is safe, everyone is happy, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow. And for anyone that's watching this later on after the stream, thank you so much for watching. Try to tune in to us tomorrow when we try to build a new car, kind of based around the same idea. Anyhow,